Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Market Swine Show. My name is John Hay, and I have the pleasure of serving as your announcer today. On behalf of Nebraska 4-H, Nebraska State Fair, our exhibitors, families, volunteers, and supporters, we are excited to welcome you to join us today. The Nebraska State Fair Swine Show represents the hard work, dedication, and responsibility of our 4-Hers through the year. Today's exhibitors have spent countless hours caring for and preparing their projects, and we wish them the very best. We'd like to recognize some of the individuals making this show possible. Our superintendents, Julie Schultz from Pierce, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City. Our judge today is Shane Brinning of Keota, Iowa. Shane and his wife Kathleen operate Brinning Genetics, a respected show pig and breeding stock operation that produces crossbred and pure. Brinning Genetics has earned recognition for producing champion hogs exhibited across the country. Shane is a graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in animal science. Shane is a member of the university's 1993 National Champion Livestock Judging Team and earned an individual national title as a swine judge. His judging career has taken him to livestock shows throughout the United States. We're honored to have Shane here as our judge in 2026. We'd like to thank our sponsors. You can find those in the second page of the program. I'd like to make note of a few of our sponsors: Nebraska Pork, the Parks Companies, Farm Credit Services of America, Pinnacle Bank, Aurora Cooperative, Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester, Nebraska Shorthorn Association. Without these sponsors, we wouldn't be here today. We are currently watching Class 1 Berkshire Market Swine here in our North Show Ring. Our Class 2 coming up next will be Chester White.
Hey, good morning, and good way to start in these Berkshire deals. You know, the nice thing about Berkshires, or at least for this judge, hey, they got some rib and some body and some bone. I don't care that some of them are a little fat-headed yet, because quite frankly, that's what makes them Berks. But we got a real good one to be your champion Berkshire here this morning, and the young man's going to have your champion Berk. Hey, that one's busted wide open when he comes at you. He's great in terms of his width from blade knee to ground. That packs a punch when you get down on his top and look at him. His spread from blade to hip is awesome. A big old top rolled up on him, and he equals that mass and power from behind as he studied that when he's wide in his pins. He's true in his width from pin hock to ground. A massive good one to go ahead and represent this breed in your champion drive later today. Young lady here then, Reserve Berkshire. Just a real good, solid, complete hog. And the reason it's Reserve, it's better structured and has more body than some of the other hogs that come. It's one that still's got good lean muscle shape down its top, pretty expressive from behind. Obviously not as big boned or in the category as our champion, but a darn sure nice Berk to be your Reserve. A young lady that comes out next, just a good eating kind of a Berk right here. If you've never eaten Berks compared to other stuff, they're better. Even with the show genetics in them, it's good stuff. And this one looks like that, but yet still has rib and body and bone and function. Just more rib and body for sure than the one that comes out next. Young man, his gilt here is certainly good in terms of its percent lean and carcass merit from that aspect. From a phenotype standpoint, certainly one needs to be better in terms of its structural correctness from behind. Gets a little hard in terms of its top and hard in terms of its body to go ahead and go any higher. The one then that follows up the class, just a fundamentally good hog, not as much muscle, not as much power to go ahead and go any higher.
We're moving on to Class 2 Chester White Market Swine. From Class 1, our champion Berkshire Market Swine, shown by Coy Klug of Platte County. Our reserve champion, shown by Annalyn Beach of Otoe County. Receiving blues in class, Dylan Hawk of Gosper County, Dalton Valek of Knox County, and Samantha Zemak of Merritt County.
Get in here, our Chesters, and while we only have 5, the quality is very, very good. And our champion Chester goes to the young man here, one that's just bolder and stouter. He's bigger in his legs, he's bigger in his feet, he's square on his toes. He's awesome in his shape down his top. He's expressive in his pins. one that's got a lot of unique shape on the inner portion of his ham, especially for a Chester. He's bolder and stouter and denser in terms of his head shape. A really good champion to represent that breed in the champion drive. Young lady in second, another really, really high quality Chester, no doubt. Kind of built a lot the same in terms of their build and design. This one gives up a little bit in terms of circumference of bone from the rear. Not as big in terms of its feet, not as big in terms of its jaw. A really nice pair for sure. Young lady that comes out in third. This one's as shapely as any of them in terms of its groove down its back. It closes the gap from blade knee to ground in relation to those others. Once the cradle underneath itself, when viewed from the side, hawks in just a tick. But man, you got to admire the top shape and expression on that Chester to go in third. Young lady that comes out next is one that a little mellower, if you will, in relation to those others, but still has some shape up top. Just doesn't give us as much from the aesthetically pleasing view on this one. He just naturally a little more low-headed out here, a little softer in his pattern, but a good rugged kind of a pig. Young lady that comes next in fifth, here again, basic meat and potatoes kind of a hog, a lot of rib, a lot of muscle, a lot of bone. His function and go and look isn't quite as good as the others. Nice class of Chesters. Put our hands together for those exhibitors.
We're currently beginning Class 3 Duroc Market Swine in the North Show Ring. From Class 2 Chester Market Swine, our grand champion, shown by Miles Babcock from Custer County. Our reserve champion, shown by Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Receiving purple in the class, Gemma Clement from Saunders County. Receiving blue in the class, Sloan Esau from Gage County. And Misty Harder from Lincoln County.
really good pair of Durocs here in this class. The young man's is the one that wins it, and he wins it because he's better in his rear third. He's square in terms of his hock. He's longer in terms of his stride. And on top of that, that's a wide-chested, bold-ribbed one with awesome spread from blade to hip. Turn to his upper cage is incredible. A stout-featured one that's good in his jaw and still good in terms of his look for being one that powerful. Young lady in second, another one that I like in terms of its density of skull and jaw. It's one that's still big in terms of its forearm. You get right in behind that one, and that's why that one goes second. He's not as square in his hock. He's not as true in his lines from pin hock to ground in relation to the one that wins the class. Young lady that comes out next, a burly, stout, dense one for sure. He's got hair, he's got bone. You know, he's good in terms of his top shape. It's from behind is the reason this one goes third. He's too short in terms of his step. Needs more set to his hock to go ahead and get any higher. Young lady that comes out next, this one actually is better in terms of its structure to its rear leg than is the one ahead of it. The problem is this one just needs more punch for this judge, not enough muscle, especially as you get from behind that one. He's narrow in terms of his pin and certainly not as much shape down his top in relation to those others. Good class of red ones. Put our hands together for those guys.
We're getting started here with our second class of Durocs purebred market swine. From our first class, class number 4, our first purple goes to Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. Our second purple goes to Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County. Receiving blue in the class, Madeline Kreifels of Douglas Sarpy counties, and Brooklyn Creech of Scotts Bluff County.
little closer in the placing in here, and certainly differences in terms of their type and kind. The one that wins it because it's just more hug there. It's more powerfully constructed. It's a wider chested one that's bigger in its pin set. It's wider in terms of its width going away from me. There's more spread in terms of its muscle shape from blade to hip. You know, there's no doubt this one's ever so slightly flirts with structural problems. We're a little forward in our blade and a little short stepping out of the front end, and I'd certainly like to see this one have just a notch more set to its hock, but it uses its fine, and it's certainly just so much more shape and power to go ahead and be your class winner. Young man in second, I do like the skeleton on this one better. The set to this one, hock, is better. It's longer striated off either end of its skeleton, and we still have some good shape down its top. This one caves in more in terms of its width from blade knee to ground. It becomes a little more knock-kneed, a little flatter in terms of its forerib, not as genuine in terms of its muscle shape, especially as that one leaves you, but a high-quality hug to be second in this class. Young lady that comes out next in third, one that gives you a very good look in terms of its lines from the side, and it should, because it's one that's so tall-fronted, gives you those lines, but it comes with negative consequences. Because of that, it's forward in terms of its blade, it's straighter out of its shoulder, doesn't move as good in terms of its length of stride up front. I like that one in terms of its boldness of rib. For one that massive and stout and powerful up high, I'd like to see that one's rear bone and foot just a notch bigger. Young lady that comes out next. Hey, this one's the wide-chested one, really opened up for sure. And because of that, low, it's the one that's more uncoordinated in terms of its step, wants to reach outside of its body wall, both fore and rear, in terms of the utilization of its legs. It's still one that has good shape down its top and expression from behind. Just need to have a rear third built just a notch better than that one has. Then the young lady that comes out next, too flat and dried in the market hog setting to go any higher in the class today.
In Class 4, Duroc Market Swine, our first purple shown by Miles Esau of Gage County. Our second purple shown by Sam Siegfried of Red Willow County. Receiving blues in the class, Blaine Dunklaw of Wayne County. Brooke Luchtenhaus of Saunders County. Receiving red in the class, Bridget Sedlacek from Douglas Sarpy County. We're now starting our championship drive for purebred market swine here in our South Show Ring.
Get our two class winners out here, and there's one that has to be your champion dog. He's bolder, he's stouter, he's awesome in his rib, he's certainly better in terms of his angles off either end of his skeleton. That first class will be your champion dog.
Our grand champion shown by Anthony Haas of Box Butte County.
It becomes a little closer for reserve out here than it was for me selecting your champion red one, but that being the case, there's one out here that's so much better in terms of the set and utilization of its rear leg. It's bigger in terms of the circumference of bone. It's one that I'm not going to say is as bold and dense as the one behind it, or it's going to be next in line, but the young lady here will be your reserve champion Duroc.
Our reserve champion shown by Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County.
our only class of Hampshires. So our champion Hampshire is a young man double whipping it out here. One that's, mercy heavens, excuse me. One that's big in terms of its back and equal in terms of its upper cage. That's a big pin set with a big booty from behind. Really good in terms of its utilization of rear leg. I like this one better in terms of the way the blade comes higher up in its vertebrae than the one in second. I think it's better in terms of its head shape than one in second. I think it's more stable in terms of its hock than the one in second. Your reserve champion is not the ideal head for me, one that's plenty enough long in its face and a little sissy in its jaw. But that's a big, shapely one in terms of its back shape. It's crazy wide in terms of its pins. Quite frankly, probably almost has too much inner ham muscle because that one wants to push out in terms of its skeleton as you study that one from pin hock to ground. The other side, the reason that one's second, its blade stops even with its chest floor, gets a little more round in terms of its shoulder design. The shoulder lays on the side of the body while not as correct as the one that was champion. The one that comes out next, yes, you can say that one's a heavy-duty, big-boned one, and it looks like it should be. Plenty enough mature for me in terms of its head shape and size, and because of that, its maturity is saying, hey, I'm going to start caving in up front and cave in at our knee, and it does that. He's done an awesome job in keeping that one good in terms of its back shape and freshness, and skin and hair is good. Too mature and caving in to go ahead and go any higher. Young man then in fourth in this class, still got some lean muscle shape, too flat, too narrow to go ahead and go any higher. Give these exhibitors of Hampshire Market Hogs a nice hand.
We are just starting our Class 6 Spotted Market Swine here in our South Show ring. From Class 5, Hampshire Market Swine, our grand champion shown by Wyatt Moat of Gage County. Reserve champion shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County. And in third place, Cruz Sims from Sherman County. And receiving blue in class, Jackson Stitt of Seward County. If you're just joining us today, welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Market Swine Show. We're going to work through some purebred market swine and then switch over into our crossbred market swine. We're currently on Class 6 Spotted Market Swine. Our judge is Shane Brinning from Keota, Iowa. Our superintendents today are Julie Schultz from Pierce, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City.
Our champion spot's a really, really good representation of high quality livestock within this breed. Man, that one comes at you awesome in terms of his chest and his width from blade knee to ground. He's good in terms of his top shape. He's better than the one in second in terms of his head shape. He's very admirable in terms of his look when he goes away. That's a wide pin equaled by a perfect set in terms of the plane from pinhock to ground. A big engine in between and a nice colored spot. Sometimes I get tired of them all black ones. Kind of cool to look at that one. Awesome job, young man. Reserve champion spot. One that's here again, really good in terms of its lines. It too is really good in terms of its muscle shape down its top and expression. He's not as heavy duty in terms of his stoutness of jaw. He doesn't quite come out as bold and stout as what the champion does, albeit he's certainly not narrow. A good kind of a reserve champion spot. Young man that comes out next in third, obviously he's a smaller one by weight, but still has very, very good quality. You know, I would say he's most likely younger, and because of that, in the setting with his contemporaries out here, is a little more average in terms of his bone. But that's a good built spot that's awesome in terms of his proportions. He's good in terms of his rib, not as groovy in terms of his back shape, but more than anything, a little more plain and generic in terms of his look from blade forward. Young man that comes out next is one that's big in terms of his rib, big in terms of his blade. He's a little shorter, strided from behind, a little more rigid in terms of utilization of his rear pastern in relation to those others, but a good bodied hog for sure to land in fourth. Young lady that comes out next is one that still good in terms of its lean muscle shape down its top. It's one in relation to those others. Comes at us a little narrower, leaves us a little narrower, a little flatter in terms of his build. Wants to drop his pins ever so slightly, but at least he still has some carcass merit in terms of muscle shape. Young man that comes out next, big in terms of his legs, doesn't balance up as good. A little wavier in his top line, one little easy in his top. Gets a little jumpy in terms of his ham loin, but big-legged, stout-featured little critter for sure.
We're starting our two classes of Yorkshire market swine in our North Show Ring. From Class 6, spotted market swine, our grand champion, spotted market swine, shown by Landon Schaefer of Seward County. Our reserve champion, shown by Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Third overall, Jackson Schmidt of Fillmore County. Receiving blues in class, Kale Foster from Douglas Sarpy County. Larissa Vaughn from Antelope County. And Henry Adams from Scottsbluff County.
Real easy class winner in our first class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. The young lady has with the gilt out here. That's a bold rib, big topped one that's laid in that one. He's equally impressive, or she's equally impressive in terms of her width at her pins. Good use of rear leg, stout in terms of its feature. You know, it probably flirts a little bit with being more of a smug-headed one than a stout-headed one. And in a perfect world, we'd like to see that one just a notch longer from blade forward, but overwhelms the class in quality to go ahead and be your class champion. Young man there in second is one that you can give the class advantage to this one in terms of its neck, the way it ties into its blade. It's a little neater in terms of its look from blade forward, but that's pretty much where it stops at that point in time. One that closes the gap a little when it comes at you, a little flatter in terms of its front pastern. Like to spread that one from behind a little bit in comparison to our class winner, but still a high quality one that has good look, good shape to go ahead and be second in this class. Young lady that comes out next, presentation of the pig is very good. It's good in terms of its lines from the side. Certainly a tall-fronted one for sure. Need more boldness and stoutness and power to go ahead and get that one any higher in the class. She does a real nice job of showing that one. Young man that comes out next is one that certainly has some lean muscle shape, but needs to be reconstructed from a balance and design standpoint, and structural integrity is a little bit, gives up a little as well.
We are showing our second class of Yorkshire Market Swine here in our South Show Ring. From Class 7, our class winner was Brooklyn Creech from Scottsbluff County. Our second purple, Miles Valdez from Custer County. Receiving blue in the class, Leighton McKeever from Gage County. Receiving red in the class, Devin Dosey from Hamilton County.
class that has quite a bit differences between these two. And so the one that wins that just has the most positives on the checklist, certainly one that's really neat and attractive about its front 1/3. It's a taller fronted animal that's better in terms of its look and balance from the side. One that's really good in terms of its muscle shape down its top, expressive from behind. You know, it looks like one, I don't know if they were fighting weight or not. Probably could have used a little bit more fill out here, and certainly won't have a lot of time to get that one to do that. But more than anything, the reason it was a little slower for me to make the quick, immediate decision that this needed to be your class champion is because that one is just not stiltier off of its rear leg and not as long-strided as the one in second, but it's the one that needs to win it because it's the highest quality Yorkshire. Young lady in second, it does have the class advantage in terms of use of hock and function and form of rear leg, but it's one that's fighting a little bit in terms of front pastern. It's not as elevated and tall-fronted as our class champion, certainly not as impressive in terms of its look from blade forward, but I like that one in terms of its rib and its body and its upper cage and spread. He's really impressive in terms of his going-away view. The plane from pinhock to ground and the correctness of rear leg is very good. Young lady that comes out next in third of them top 3 higher quality pigs. This one is the narrower gauge one when it comes right at me. The chest floor is pretty good, but we want to close the gap from knee to ground a little bit more than I deem ideal. One that's still good in terms of its freshness of back shape, good from the side. It's one that doesn't take as long of a stride from behind as much as well. The young lady that comes out next in fourth, here again, a stout featured one in terms of bone. That gilt's got good set to its rear leg. She's too forward in her shoulder blades and too short stepping out her front end assembly. She closes the gap from knee to ground. I like that one in terms of her muscle shape down her top. Young man that comes out next is certainly one that paints a nice picture when viewed from the side. The problem is when it comes right out of the gate, it's too narrow in terms of its gauge. It's one that's too flat in terms of its build to go ahead and go any higher in the class. The young lady that comes out next has got some muscularity. Need to be a little better in terms of its balance and power as well.
We're starting our championship drive for Yorkshire purebred market swine. From Class 8, our first purple, shown by Carson Haas of Box Butte County. Second purple, Grace Beamer, Odo County. Receiving purple in the class, Molly Weber of Johnson County. Receiving blues in the class, Misty Harder of Lincoln County. Sam Siegfried of Red Willow County. Receiving red in the class, Bridget Sedlacek from Douglas Sarpy County.
Get out here for champion Yorkshire and 2 very high quality Yorkshires, no doubt. The one that wins it for me just has more meat animal shape and more look in terms of its look from blade forward. It's a taller fronted animal that's more correct in terms of its head shape. Young man with the barrel will be your champion Yorkshire.
Our champion Yorkshire, shown by Carson Haas of Box Butte County.
Two vying for your reserve champion are kind of the same in terms of their build. Both of them are a little lower set in terms of their shoulder, but between the two, there's one that's substantially wider in terms of its chest, bigger in terms of its leg, and more ideal in terms of its head shape. The young lady here will be your reserve champion.
Our reserve champion, shown by Grace Beamer of Odo County.
Champion or Tamworth out here will be the one that we got a little water in its ear, but she's stroking it good and still showing this one. It's still the best pig, no doubt. It's the boldest in its rib. It's the biggest in its back. It's the widest when it comes at you. It's really impressive when it leaves you as well. A lot of carcass merit muscle shape in that one. A darn sure nice one to go ahead and be your champion. Young man then for reserve champion Tamworth is one that's still good in terms of the silhouette that it presents. It's good in terms of its line. Still good enough in terms of its back shape as well. It's not as wide gauged as the one that wins this division, but certainly one that's still a high quality individual to be your reserve champion Tam. Young lady that comes out third is one that I actually like the hair and the color of this one better. I don't know anything about tans, what they're supposed to be like, but darker looks better, I guess. But it's one that gives up a little bit more in terms of width and power to go any higher. Wants to drop its pins just a tad in relation to those top two.
In Class 9, our champion, Tamworth Market Swine, shown by Macy Schmidt of Fillmore County. Reserve champion, Patton Dean of Morrow County. Receiving blue in the class, Tinley Spees of Howard County. We're currently in Class 10, all other breeds, market swine in our South Show Ring. After this class, we will move back to the North Show Ring to do an overall champion of our purebred market swine. So those Grand and Reserve champions for the Tamworth, Yorkshire, Spotted, Hampshire, Duroc, Chester White, and Berkshire, please come back to the North Show Ring.
Get out here in our AOBs, and the Landrace is going to be your champion within this division. Certainly more of a powerful market animal out here in comparison to the others in class. He's a big-topped, wide-engine one that's got a lot of dimension from blade to hip. Obviously in a perfect world, we'd like to see that one have just a notch more correct set from hock to ground and take a longer stride from behind, but he simply overpowers everything within this division. Young man in second and reserve champion AOB, congratulations to him. One that's presented very, very good. He's just a better balanced animal than the one that comes out next. His lines are better. He's more aesthetically pleasing in terms of his show ring presence and look. And I think for the amount of mass and power that he has, his bone work's actually just a notch bigger than the one that comes out next. The one that comes out next, there's no doubt. This one's wider in terms of his gauge. He's bigger in terms of his top. He's bigger in terms of his rib. The problem is, for me on this one, he gets plenty enough straight from hock to ground, a little daintier in terms of foot size more than anything. Them dew claws are really, really close together, which is evidence that that one's just a notch too small-footed for this particular judge. Young man that comes out next is one still high-quality herf for sure, doesn't have quite enough power to go ahead and compete with the others in this class. Give our hands, put our hands together good for these AOB exhibitors. Good job, bud.
In Class 10, all other breeds, showing a land race. Our champion AOB is Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Our reserve champion showing a Hereford is Witten Jensen of Garfield County. In third place, Braxton May of Hamilton County. Receiving a blue, also receiving a blue, Eric Dosey of Hamilton County.
Right, they did not have one. She has it over here.
We are in the North Show Ring for our championship drive for purebred market swine. Our champion Berkshire, shown by Cody Klug of Platte County. Our champion Chester White, Miles Babcock of Custer County. Our champion Duroc, Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. Our champion Hampshire, Wyatt Moat of Gage County. Our champion Spotted, Landon Schaefer of Seward County. Our champion Yorkshire, Carson Haas of Box Butte County. Our champion Tamworth, Macy Schmidt of Fillmore County. And our champion AOB, Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County. As we get started with our championship purebred market swine drive, welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Market Swine Show. Our judge today is Shane Brinning of Keota, Iowa. Some of our sponsors today are the Parks Companies, Nebraska Pork, Pinnacle Bank, Farm Credit Services of America, Performance Plus, Ritter Feed Yards. Thank you to all our sponsors. If you see some of our sponsors around or people that work for them, say thank you because they made this all possible with their sponsorship.
Hey, put our hands together for these kiddos vying for your champion purebred barrel. Good stuff. Hey, Nebraska, you brought some high quality stuff here at the top end. I love every single one of our champions for their breeds, and they represent it really good. Really, really good stuff. And there's one out here that for me kind of surfaces to the top in terms of my kind, in terms of proportionality, rib and body and function of rear leg. Everything fits and matches. It's got a stout head and really still attractive from blade forward. It's one that I commented to the young man, man, they did a really good job on the clip job on this one. Skin and hair is fantastic as well. Duroc will be your champion.
Our grand champion, purebred market swine, the Duroc, shown by Anthony Haas of Box Butte County.
Another one that won its breed and certainly represents my kind, that what I've stood for my entire life out here. Not quite as attractive from blade forward as our champion, but man, this one's a beast when it comes at you, and it leaves you equally impressive. Awesome in terms of its top, big in terms of its cage. Spot next in line.
Our reserve champion, purebred market swine, shown by Landon Schaefer of Seward County.
It gets a little closer for third out here, and it's equally as important as my mind because these kiddos certainly have put in the work out here. Just so I'll talk about just a couple of them in no particular order in terms of what I'm seeing and what perhaps keeps them out or gets them to be your third overall. You know, the Burke, man, that one's my speed in terms of its width and power. You got to ask yourself, is that one's shoulder design is good, and how level of hip is that one in terms of dropping its pins and perhaps getting a little rounder, but it's bold and stout and wide and dense for sure. You know, the Duroc out here is a big four-armed one that's good in its top shape. You got to question yourself, is that one good enough in terms of its plane from pin hock to ground? Wants to hawk in a little bit from behind. We get out here, and another one you want to talk about is the Spot, is one that's very good in terms of its lines and usage of rear leg. You got to ask yourself, does that shoulder design good enough in terms of the outside of its body wall? It doesn't reside high enough for me on the top side of its blade. It stops short of coming higher than what I probably would deem ideal. And then another one out here in terms of the Hampshire. Man, that one is a groovy-backed, youthful-looking, fresh-made one that's shapely down its top, handles its rear legs really, really good. It will be your third overall.
Our third place purebred market swine is the Hampshire, shown by Wyatt Moat of Gage County.
get in our ineligible weight class here, and the one that wins is the young lady directly in front of me. One that's certainly still a high quality pig and actually looks like one. The reason it's a lightweight is probably pretty young, or I hope it was pretty young, because our bone's not quite big enough, but gives you a good look from the side, and angles are good and awesome shape down its top for sure. The young lady then in second in this class, certainly one that'll take one of the highest percent leans to the rails, anything we've seen all day. But the problem is that comes with a little bit of negatives, and the reason it's probably in a lightweight class, too harsh in terms of its rib and body, probably wasn't one that wanted to just chow down on feed as much because of its body composition. Nice class to get us started.
In our Class 11 underweight market gilts, receiving blues in the class, Gentry Rachek of Valley County and Madeline Kreifels of Douglas Sarpy County. As we assemble our Class 12 crossbred market gilts in our North Show Ring, I want to recognize some of our sponsors today. Some of our sponsors today include the Parks Companies, Nebraska Pork, Pinnacle Bank, Farm Credit Services of America. You know, our sponsors really make a big difference. Also making a big difference in our show ring today are our volunteers. You can see them working. Some of them are employees of the University of Nebraska. Some of them are employees of our sponsors. And some of them are just volunteers that come out and help us. So let's give a big round of applause for our volunteers in the show ring today.
The one that wins, it's the young lady here, and doesn't do it because it's the most powerful, does it because it's the best built, best balanced, and best in terms of its transition points and lines. It's one that's more ideal in terms of its head. It's better in terms of the crest to its neck. It's better in the transition from loin to ham loin hookup. And it's one that's truer in terms of its function and form as you study that one when it goes away from you. The young man in second is the one that's certainly the big-topped, expressively shaped one, no doubt. A lot of packs of punch from behind. You know, that one doesn't balance up quite as good. A little lower set about its blade, a little thicker about its neck, a little more crest, a little more smug-headed for this particular judge. Wants to deviate at its knee just a little bit and step outside of its skeleton from behind, but it does get the award for carcass merit and shape for sure within this class. The young lady that comes out next in third, here again, one that's good in terms of its lines. It's one that has some shape and levelness of hip for sure. It's one that, because it's so tall-fronted, it comes with negative consequences. It's the one that's most rolled forward in terms of its blade. It's straighter out of the front end of its shoulder, and because of that, it's the shortest stepping out of its front one-third. Young lady that comes out next with the blue, hey, this one's wide and stout for sure. The problem is we're almost too wide here. We get outside of our body wall with our blades. We get a little round in terms of our muscle from behind, a little more jammed up, if you will, to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its function and form and lines, needs more width and more power to go any higher. Same can be said for the next one that comes out.
We are currently showing Class 13 crossbred market gilts in our South Show Ring from Class 12. Our first purple shown by Addison Bates of Odo County. Second purple, Miles Valdez of Custer County. Receiving blues in the class, Trevin Stuke of Saline County. Rayleigh Wills of Box Butte County. Oliver Schmidt of Harlan County. Receiving red, Braxton May of Hamilton County.
As we had the top three out here, the decision wasn't going to win the class, but what was going to be second and third. Because the one that wins a class wins it for fun out here. Man, good job, young man, in terms of presentation. Skin and hair on this one is absolutely on point. Really good in terms of its shape to its head. Big old back shape on that one with a fuzzy tail and wide pinned. Its set from the side is very, very good. It's bold in terms of its upper cage. It comes at you really good in terms of its chest floor. A little edgy from behind, but hey, she's wide, she's powerful, she's the highest quality. She still needs to win the class. The one in second is still one that's good in terms of its shape down its top. Its length from blade forward is really good. One that comes at you there again, busted wide open. Its sternum's laid flat in it for sure. One that it's in second because of the utilization of its rear leg is a longer stride, pulls its hock behind its tail when viewed from the side better than the one that comes out next. I would like to see that one have just a notch more fill, but a good market animal to be in second. The one that comes out third is one that's very impressive when it comes at you in terms of chest floor. It's one that's neat in terms of its look up front, good in terms of its jaw shape, still has some shape down its top, wants to cradle underneath itself a bit for me and doesn't pull its hock behind its tail root, needs to be longer strided from behind in relation to those top two in the class, but still a high quality market gilt. Young lady that comes out next beats the next one's off function and form, a better built, better structured animal that's better in terms of its reach and grab of the surface off either end of its skeleton. The one that comes out next is one that is still good in terms of its rib and its shape down its top. It is shorter, strided off either end of its skeleton, a little stilty off both ends of that one is what makes it do that. The young lady that comes out next with the blue mask, neat in terms of its hair, good in terms of its shape, wants to be a little splay-footed up front, a little choppy from behind, and drags its leg a little bit. Obviously, it gets a little east and west in terms of the placement of its rear foot. The two that come out next give up a little bit in terms of structural integrity to go ahead and go any higher in the class. Put our hands together for these kiddos on a nice market gilt class.
We are currently showing Class 14 crossbred market gilts here in our North Show Ring from Class 13. Our first purple shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Our second purple, Brooke Day, Buffalo County. Receiving purples in the class, Hunter Creech of Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues in the class, Harper Fritch of Madison County. Oliver Schmidt of Harlan County. Ryland Johnson of Kearney County. Receiving reds in the class, Perry Kowalski of Sherman County and Isaac Stuke of Saline County.
real good top quality here at the top end. And, sometimes it takes me a little longer because I don't want to be the single trait selection judge that makes a hog not win a class. And the one thing for me on this one that I would change is kind of one of those things that I don't like my class champion to be, but it's still the best hog out here. It deviates just a little bit when it comes at you in comparison to the one in second. But you get past that, and that's the one that's really bold in terms of its top shape. It's fuller in terms of its forerib. It's more proportional in terms of its length of body. It's set from behind is really, really good. And that one is flat and impressive when it goes away from you in terms of its width of pin. But yet that plane from pinnock to ground is exceptional. And it's one certainly, we have a more advanced showman out here that's probably dialed in just a notch better from a clip job as well, but a real good one to go ahead and be the class champion. The one in second, young lady, you've got a lot of years ahead of you, and you'll groove it up just a notch better in terms of showmanship. You do get outshowed out here a little bit, and that's why I try to take a little bit more time to study your hog. And quite frankly, we probably could have clipped that one out a little better in terms of your top to make that one show more shape, because you really do have a lot of shape on this one. But the reason you're second are not any of those things. It's one that's just a notch longer in terms of its body from a proportionality thing. It's a little lower in terms of its head. It's got a little more crest to its neck. It's a little rougher in terms of its transition from loin to hip, and not as full and broad in terms of its rib shape as the one that wins the class. The one that comes out next in third, another immaculate showman with good skin and hair as well. This one here for me gets a little U-necked in terms of the way that one ties in its neck to the front side of its blade, a little harsher at its ham-loin junction, but really good in terms of its shape down its top and its expression from behind. It is the one in relation to those top three that is the most forward in its blade and the shortest strided out of its front end assembly of those top three high-quality hogs. The one that comes out next is still my speed. It's a chubby, clubby one that's dense and wide, big in terms of its cage. The problem is it's the shorter fronted, shorter hipped one that doesn't give us as much attention in terms of its look and presence from the side. Need to be just a notch longer from blade forward to go ahead and go any higher. The one that comes out next, man, this one's massive. That's a big top and a big end. It's busted wide open, but it comes with negative consequences. That one's shoulder is on the outside of its body wall inappropriately, doesn't carry the top portion of its blade up to its vertebrae is what I'd see. And because of that, it doesn't carry itself out of its front end assembly as good, and a little softer in terms of its front pastern. Young man that comes out next with the blue mask, another wide-chested, stout-made, dense-featured one, a little more smug-headed and short-faced than what I deem ideal, a little shorter in his stride, pinches a little bit at its ham loin, but a stout, rugged, powerful one for sure. The young man that comes out next is where we start getting into trouble in terms of width and bone to go ahead and go any higher. The next one that comes out is a little bigger and flatter in terms of its kind. The one in ninth is one that's just too coarse in terms of its look to go ahead and go any higher from a show pig look to go any higher.
We're going to move into our last class for the division of lightweight crossbred market gilts. From class 14, our first purple shown by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County. Our second purple shown by Graylin Adams of Scottsbluff County. Receiving purples in the class, Madison Stewart of Cumming County, Emmett Ritter of Cumming County, Rylan Johnson of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Henry Adams of Scottsbluff County, Noah Knight of Garden County, Kuiper Vaughn of Phelps County. Receiving red in the class, Joe Lambert of Dawes County. After class 15, which we're seeing here in the South Show Ring, we're going to move to our championship lightweight division drive in the North Show Ring. So if our first and second purples from classes 11 through 15, or 12 through 15 could come to the North Show Ring.
Yeah, put our hands together. Deep water, high quality livestock, awesome showman, great presentation of skin and hair out here. Hey, the one that wins at low wins it for me pretty easy amongst a class of very elite animals. The young lady here in front of me, man, that one there's got a gear and it's got symmetry and look, stout in terms of its head. When you get on top of them, that one is awesome in terms of its shape. It's superior in terms of its upper cage. Presentation and look from blade forward is fantastic. Its rear leg is substantially better than the one in second, and that is actually the sort between those two. The young man in second, another one that gives you an awe-inspiring look from the side. Man, he's got this one dialed in terms of skin and hair and presentation. Does a fantastic job showing them out here. Front 3/4 of this one is very, very good. Awesome in its head shape, clean in its looks and its throat latch, neat in terms of his neck tying into his blade. Another one, you get on top of him, that's a big old top on him for sure. You know, from the side, I'm comfortable enough with the set to that one's hock. It's when you get in behind him, he's too edgy and pushes out on his hock and rolls on his left hoof wall to go ahead and be your class champion, even though he's certainly one that's very good in terms of quality. Young lady in third, this one is better in terms of its rear leg, the set to its rear leg and the bend to its rear leg, but this one gets a little more plainer in terms of its shape in relation to those top two, not as attractive about its front 1/3, and certainly doesn't have as much power and punch on the top side of its skeleton in relation to those top two, but another very, very high quality one for sure. I like this one here. He's just kind of comfy, very moderate one that's still so good in terms of his angles up front. His shoulder design and curvature and set to his forearm and where the knee is set into him is very good, and that's what allows him to have the ability to rise his head above his chest floor. His shape is good. Probably a little bit too much fill. Young man out here takes away from his balance just a little pudgy in terms of his belly out here, and it does be a little edgy in terms of its hock when you study that one going away from you just a tick. Young lady that comes out next, another very high quality, highly presented one that's good in terms of its chest, good in terms of its shape. I told her, I said, you got an buzzsaw of a class, you don't have big enough legs to go ahead and go any higher in this class. Young lady that comes out next here again, depth of this class is really good. A wide-chested, big bone one. Wants to drag his leg from behind just a notch more than I deem ideal, and he searches a little bit in terms of his front foot placement to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next, just need a notch more width and power to go ahead and go any higher in this competitive class of market gilts. Put our hands together for those exhibitors.
In class 15, crossbred market gilts, our first purple, Emmett Ott of York County. Second purple, Cade Godekin of Platte County. Also receiving purples in the class, Marissa Yonda of Howard County. Case Brabitz of Saunders County. Layden Heinrichs of Thayer County receiving a blue. Also receiving blues, Halsey Watson and Ava Carnop. Halsey Watson was from Gage County, Ava Carnop from Burt County. In our Division I crossbred market gilt, lightweight gilts championship drive from Class 12, Miles Valdez from Custer County. From Class 13, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County. From Class 14, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. And from Class 15, Emma Ott from York County.
Get these market gilts out here, and certainly all of them offer quite a bit of quality for sure. Put our hands together for our champion market gilt drive. at the Nebraska State Fair. Good stuff. Hey, as good as they all are out here, there's actually one that's a pretty easy win for me. It's the one that has all the positive. It's the most flexible. It's the biggest in terms of its cage. It's the longest in its stride. It's the best in terms of its head shape. It's the best in terms of its look from blade forward. Young lady, you'll be the champion. Market Gilt.
Our champion, lightweight market gilt, shown by Emma Ott of York County.
A little closer, perhaps, for reserve champion out here. Nothing taken away from that lightweight, but it's not one that gets in the mix. It's these three out here that I'm contemplating for your reserve champion. You know, really, it comes down to there's one of those three that's just so much better in terms of the hinge to its rear leg, the stability of its hock, the length of its stride from behind. Young lady, you'll be the reserve champion. Market Gilt.
Our reserve champion, lightweight market gilt, shown by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County.
For third overall and two very impressive animals, it's these two that I'm going to talk about vying for your third overall spot, and they need to be talked about a little bit because, man, the work was done at home. And, you know, sometimes as a show judge, and I think it happens to some younger judges sometime, they just automatically go towards the awesome hair and the awesome skin and the awesome presentation, and I get it. It's something you certainly want to deviate to. But, you know, if we talk about this hogs, like this one here, you know, man, he's shaggy and big ribbed and big topped. That one wants to drag a leg just a notch more than what I deem ideal. A little shorter about its front end, a little straighter about its shoulder. It's unique. It's wild. It's all those goofy terms that people like to use. And it's a very high quality hog. But certainly you have to see the structural integrity of that one if you're in the ring as a show judge, in my mind. The other one out here that brings some awe-inspiring pieces to the table. Awesome in its head and great in its back shape. It's better in terms of its length from blade forward than the other one I talked about. It's better in terms of the slope and angle up front than the other one I talked about. It's a little edgy from behind. It pushes on its hock, and that's why it's not in your top two, but it is so good it will be your third overall. Good job, man. Great work with your pig at home.
Thank you.
Our third overall, shown by Cade Godekin of Platte County. We're going to move now into our middleweight crossbred market gilts. We're showing class 16 here in the South Show Ring.
get in this class of market gilts, and the one that just has more sheer power and muscle shape, young ladies belted one, we are class champion here. No doubt that's the most powerfully constructed one, that's the most opened up, top to bottom for sure. You know, in a perfect world, I'd make that one's transition points just a little bit better as we study that one from loin into ham loin hookup, but overpowers the one in second to be your class champion. The one in second is better in terms of its transition points as you study that one on top of its neck and top of its blade and on its ham loin. The problem is it's a little more vanilla in terms of its shape, not as shapely down its top, not as expressive from behind. A comfy one for sure, but it also deviates at its knee just a little bit. Young lady that comes out with her blue, this one packs more of a punch than the black one did, especially in terms of its top shape and expression from behind. It cradles underneath itself too much for me from behind. Need to have that hawk pull behind its tail rip when viewed from the side to go ahead and go any higher. The young lady that comes out with her belted one next, one that's still dense in terms of its head, one that still has some shape for sure, reaches a bit awkwardly out of its front end, falls out of balance just a little bit because that one is just a notch longer than what I deem ideal. The black one that comes out next, you know, a head like that's just not the most ideal head for this judge for sure. Too long and snipey headed for me, and it follows in terms of its kind behind it, a little flatter in terms of its rib, a little less in terms of its body. It's very good in terms of its shape and expression of muscle for sure. The young man that comes out next, here's one that's still lean in terms of its body makeup, one that's a little tentative in terms of its step off either end of its skeleton, but more than anything needs blown apart to go ahead and go any higher. The one that comes out next, a little coarser in terms of its kind, more reluctant in terms of its step. Nice class of market gilts. Put our hands together for those exhibitors.
We are currently showing Class 17 crossbred market gilts in our North Show ring. From Class 16, our first purple, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. Second purple, Brooklyn Creech from Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues in the class, Mara Reinch from Fillmore County. Harper Fritch from Madison County. Cameron Vaughn from Phelps County. Jace Harger from Keith County. Receiving red in the class, Christopher Hawk of Gosper County.
The most of the best is the one out here. It's the best hog out here. Obviously, I'm going to get to the point where I tell you what little thing I don't like about it. And, you know, when you gauge the depth of the class, that's why I didn't weigh it right away, because I didn't know what was coming. And what came wasn't anything that could have rivaled this one. Man, that one is a neat truck when it comes right at you. And one that packed full of product and that packed full of rib and width, certainly still in my mind, plenty enough attractive about its front end. It's awesome in terms of its proportionality. It's still comfy from the side as you analyze that one in terms of the set to its rear leg and the utilization of its rear pastern. It's when you get right in behind that one that he's certain, or she's certainly a little edgy and plenty enough wide at the hock, but I will not single trait because the one in second isn't like it's substantially better there. Congratulations to your class champion. The young man then in second is one that certainly another one that packs a punch, and that's a big top in it. You know, this one's transition points and proportionality and balance isn't as good as the class winner. It's a bit too long-bodied, in my opinion. One that transitions from its loin to its ham loin hookup a little harsh, and it too is a little reluctant in terms of its step out back as well. And so you can't say, well, that one needs to win the class because it's better from behind, because it's necessarily not as good from behind as even the one that wins the class. The one in third then, yeah, that is the more comfy, correctly built one from behind in terms of the utilization of its rear 1/3. The problem is we give up a lot in terms of rib and body and power, and it searches a little bit off of its flat front feet a little bit to go any higher. Chubby and Clubby is the next one that comes out, and that one's just too chubby and clubby to go ahead and go any higher. More jammed up about its front 1/3, more jammed up about its rear 1/3, shorter in its step. But then the opposite is here. It's one that's, for me, yes, that one's leaner, but I can't even call that one more attractive because that one's too tubular in its body, too tight in terms of its flank, too long in terms of its body to go any higher, but one that's skeletally correct. Give up a little bit in terms of look and structural correctness in the next two to go ahead and go any higher. Put our hands together for these fine exhibitors.
We are currently showing Class 18 crossbred market gilts in our south show ring. From Class 17, our first purple, Lila Krupichka from Lincoln County. Second purple, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Receiving blues in the class, Brooklyn Crowley from Box Butte County. Kenzo Carlson from Kearney County. Receiving reds in the class, Tate Smith from Box Butte County, Wyatt Cook from Kimball Banner Counties, and Jamison Prince from Buffalo County.
Real easy place to start in this class. The young ladies out here, it's the highest quality market gilt out here for sure. And that one works off a superior rear leg. Not only is the column of bone very big, but the set and flex and push and plant is very good off its rear 1/3. Hey, that one's rise and climb starts at its ham-loin junction, becomes a very tall-fronted individual in terms of the way the vertebrae goes uphill on this one. It comes with a little bit negative consequences in terms of our reach and search out of our front end assembly, but it's still easily the best hog gainer and has to be our champion. The young man then in second within this class is one that it is better in terms of the slope and angle and reach out front in comparison to our class winner, but it's more common in terms of its look. It wants to dip just a little in front of its ham-loin hookup, but still a muscular hog that balances up better than the one that comes out next in third. The one that comes out next in third is one that just doesn't balance up for me. It's one that's good in terms of its shape, good in terms of its look through its throat latch for sure. The problem is it's off balance in terms of being too long-bodied, too tight in its heart, too round on its muscle from behind, and not as good in its transition point from loin to ham-loin hookup. Certainly one that brings a lot of carcass merit to the table. As we let out the other two hogs in this class, the same can be said. A little flatter in their kind, need to have notch more punch of muscle to go ahead and go any higher.
We are now showing Class 19 crossbred market gilts in our North Show ring. From Class 18, our first purple, Jaden Runge from Platte County. Second purple, Merrick Reinch from Fillmore County. Receiving blues in the class, Hudson Schmidt from Harlan County. Receiving reds in the class, Noah Roth from Hall County and Bentley Eisenbart from Dual County. This class is our last class of middleweight market gilts, and we will have a middleweight division drive back in our South Show ring after this class. So would all first and second purples from classes 16, 17, and 18 make your way to the South Show ring.
Nice pair of market gilts here at the top end of this class, and probably a little closer placing than some of the other classes that we've had. Very similar in terms of their rib and their body. You know, the one that wins the class for me is that much truly leveler in terms of its hip. It's a little longer in terms of its stride for behind, a little deeper in terms of its jaw, more natural in terms of its true muscle shape up high. The one in second one, you could probably say, is more bigger in terms of its upper fluff, but it's more manufactured in terms of its upper fluff than the one that wins the class. It's still one that I like in terms of its symmetry and its balance. It's good in terms of its rib and its body. I don't see that one as long strided from behind as the one that wins the class, but it's certainly a nice pair to go 1 and 2 within this class. Young lady that comes out next in third. This is one that's no doubt one that's a little longer from blade forward in comparison to the others. The problem is it's a little agier in terms of its head, a little more U-necked in terms of its transition point on the top side of its blade, a little flatter in terms of its rib in relation to those others, but one that's still good in terms of operation of rear leg. Wants to search a little bit up front because the dew claws are affecting its movement just a tick. Young lady that comes out next. Symmetry, balance is good, not as much punch as those others in terms of rib and muscle to go ahead and go any higher. The one that comes out next does have more muscle, but it comes with negative consequences off either end of its skeleton. It's the straightest fronted one. It wants to dip a little in terms of its ham loin hookup, gets a little easy in terms of its top line from a symmetry and balance standpoint to go any higher. The one that comes out next, need to make this one just leveler in terms of its top line to go any higher. The young lady that comes out next still has some muscle, need to flex and go just a notch better on this one.
We are starting our championship selection for Division 2 from Class 16, Hadley Dunclaw. From Class 17, Lila Krupichka. From Class 18, Jaden Runge. And from Class 19, Gage Creech. In our Class 19, our first purple was Gage Creech. Our second purple, Cannon Molina from Platte County. Also receiving purples in the class, Bryn Weber from Johnson County. Receiving blues in the class, Kaylee Ruth from Butler County. Bentley Bridges from Johnson County. Receiving reds in the class, Aubrey Prachel from Saline County and Allie Cook from Kimball Banner counties.
Get in here in our middleweight Market Guild Drive, and certainly all four represent and look like class champions, no doubt. And that being said, I think it's actually pretty easy for a champion out here of all these that have muscle and rib and width and power. The comfy one out here will be your champion young lady right here.
Our middleweight division champion, shown by Hadley Dunclaw of Wayne County.
For reserve champion, for me, and it's probably comes with past experiences as a show dad. I have this problem on pigs sometimes as they go a little flat up front, and we have our dew claw action. As a breeder, certainly we have that problem, and yet, and they usually can't win divisions, and I get it, and that's fine and dandy. But past that, this is the next best hog out here. I know it's mumbling a little bit up front, but the next best reserve champion in this division.
Our reserve champion, middleweight Market Guild, Jaden Runge from Platte County.
Not a division where you can be a single trait selector and throw one out just for that. Certainly the last one, I'm sure ringside people are like, oh man, he's using one that can't go as good up front. Yeah, you're right. I still thought it was the second best hog, and the same can be said out here. There's another one out here. If you're a single trait selector, you're not going to use it. I'm going to use it because I think it's the third best hog. Young lady right here.
In third place overall for middleweight division, Market Guild, Lila Krupichka from Lincoln County. That concludes our middleweight Market Guild division. Now we'll move into the heavyweight Market Guilds. We have 3 classes of heavyweight Market Guilds, starting with Class 20 here in our North Show Ring.
Nice pair to get us started in this division. And the one that wins it, the belted one out here, fuller and fresher in terms of its body. It's one that's more youthful in terms of its head shape. It's one that's bolder in terms of its upper cage. And one that's ever so slightly, I think, is just a notch better in terms of the slope and angle to its shoulder. But more importantly, no doubt, better from blade knee to ground than is the one in second. The one in second shows a little bit of maturity to me. He's done an awesome job keeping him together. Still good in terms of his back shape. It's one, because of that age, is starting to come in a little bit at its knee. It's a little hollower in terms of its body, a little tighter in terms of its flank, but one that's certainly big in terms of its legs, and one that's presented very, very highly. Young Man's Calico is in third, one that's impeccable in terms of its build and its design. Not enough punch and width and power to compete with those top two, and because it's a little too long-bodied out here, it just can't have enough in terms of its center mass to go ahead and go any higher. The one that comes out next, hey, this one's really wide when it comes at you. It's a little piecey for me, not only in terms of its flat feet, it gets a little daintier in terms of its bone down at its ankle. It's one that's got a big old back in it, but transition points from a balance standpoint aren't quite as good, and it's plenty enough wide at its hock in relation to that plane from pin hock to ground. Young man that comes out here again, one that I didn't anticipate has had a show circuit for a long time and probably got along really good in earlier times. One that's certainly big in its leg. It's one that for me is just a little bit smug-headed, but more than anything, we're starting to cave in up front. We're a little shorter in terms of our hip and very reluctant in terms of our rear leg to go ahead and go any higher, but certainly a neat pig. The blue that comes out next is one that still has some mass and some power. Need to make that one a little leveler in terms of its design to go any higher. The two that come out next, the one here, a little daintier in terms of its bone, a little flatter in terms of its side, still got crisp shape up high, and I appreciate that about it. The one that comes out next probably had too much feed intakes and periods of its life, and because of that, a little fatter in terms of its appearance, but certainly one that I appreciate to have a lot of width.
We are currently watching Class 21 Crossbred Market Gilts, heavyweight Crossbred Market Gilts in the South Show Ring. From Class 20, our first purple, Josie Beck, Nance County. Second purple, Colin Nabuda from Cumming County. Also receiving purple in the class, Jasper Ritter from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Baker Krupichka from Lincoln County. Michael Lockey from Cass County. Lane Mahaffey from Dodge County. Lucille Beamer from Odo County, receiving red in the class. Brexton Harms of Thayer County.
Real good class champion here, and it starts with a more youthful, fresh head that's more shapely in terms of the kind that I like. But man, behind that, that's an awesome articulation and use of rear leg. Its function, pull, and plant's really good. Its range of motion is awesome. Get on top of that one. That is a big monster top with an awesome upper cage. A very good one to land in first place in this class. Another one here that's certainly very, very shapely. I don't see this one as balancing up as good as the one that wins the class. It's one that's a little straighter about its front shoulder. It's one where its transition point, especially from loin and the ham loin hookup, isn't as good. Get a little soft right in front of the hookup, and because of that, then a little rounder in terms of the muscle draped upon the skeleton, but another big functional rear leg to land in second. Young man that comes out next in third is one that mid-body is good in terms of its rib, good in terms of its shape. It closes the gap up front from blade knee to ground, especially from knee to ground, and it's one that from behind doesn't offer as much punch and power as those top two. Young man that comes out next with his gilt. Here again, one that brings probably just a notch more width when it comes right at me than the one that was directly ahead of it. It's not as agile in terms of its feet and legs. Wants to search a little bit more from behind in terms of its foot placement, but more than anything, it's more bland and generic in terms of its look from blade forward. Young man that comes out next is one that I like this when it comes right at me. It's busted wide Oldsman. It's good in its chest plate. It's good in terms of its muscularity, but we almost have too much muscle in a round fashion draped upon the skeleton of that one to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next is one that's certainly tall and elevated. I don't like that one's Roman head for sure, but more than anything, that one gets a little round in its muscle, a little flatter in terms of its rib. It searches and goes off either end of its skeleton to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady that comes out next, another bruiser in terms of muscularity. Function and form isn't quite as good on this one. It, too, is a little rounder in terms of its muscle from behind. As we let out the next three in this class, hogs that give up a little bit in terms of rib and body, function and form to go ahead and go any higher.
We are now on our third and final heavyweight market gilt class. Following this class, we will have the champion selection of the Division III heavyweight market gilt. From class 21, our first purple shown by Colson Dakey from Buffalo County. Second purple, Quinn Reeson from Hamilton County. Also receiving purple in the class, Hudson Schroeder from Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Colin Schmidt from Fillmore County. Kyson Bose from Harlan County. Jordan Boniface from Webster County. Avery Kaup from Cumming County. Tate Smith from Box Butte County. Receiving reds in the class, Ava Carnop from Burt County. And Noah Roth from Hall County.
real easy place to land on our last class here, and a very good one at this weight, and still youthful and fresh for me at this weight as well. That's a big old back, and man, that one's big pinned and wide from pin hock to ground, and symmetry is very good in that part. Get on top of that one, and that's some neat stuff. That's a big back with an awesome upper cage and spread, and it's one that's certainly very good in terms of its feet and leg, and especially pasterns for one at this weight. Very, very good place to start. Young man in second. Here again, a stout-headed one that's dense and powerful and wide in its own right. Certainly not one that just giddy up and goes and grabs the surface as much as the one that wins the class. A little shorter in its stride off either end of its skeleton, reluctant in its step, but a high-quality one that's massively constructed to go ahead and be in second. The one that comes out third, certainly different in terms of its kind than what I typically use, but it's the agile, comfy one out here that's flexible off either end of its skeleton. It's a tall-fronted one that isn't negatively impacted by being short-strided and straight-fronted. It does need to have more punch in terms of its center, rib, and body in comparison to those top two, but one that gets it from presence and build alone to go ahead and be in third. Young man that comes out next in third. This one does have a tick more punch than the one ahead of it. I wish this one to just giddy up and go just a notch more. His angles read to be right from a structural standpoint. He doesn't balance up as good in terms of being just a notch longer bodied, but attractive and neat about its front end and still shapely about its top for a hog at this weight. The blue that comes out, man, this one wanted to be a neat pig, and it's still a neat pig. It's burly, it's stout, it's dense. She did an awesome job in terms of skin and hair at home. That one's got a big old top in it. We're just a bit compact. We're just a bit shorter hipped. We're just a bit reluctant on our rear step. Our plane from pin hock to ground isn't as good as what I deem ideal. The one that comes out next is a little better built in terms of its length of hip and length of front. The problem is it's one that's still plenty enough straight from hock to ground, and because of that, shorter in its step from behind and gets daintier in terms of its bone size in relation to those ahead of it. The one that comes out next is just a notch bigger in terms of its rib and its body. It's one that doesn't balance up as good, a little easier in its top, a little shorter in its hip, wants to drop its pins a little bit up here, isn't aesthetically pleasing from the side in relation to those others, but burly and stout and dense for sure. The one that comes out next, muscle good, head not so good. One that's a little straight about its front end, certainly still has plenty of lean shape for hogs this weight. Get into a couple pigs here that are a little narrow in terms of their gauge and build to go ahead and go any higher. Nice class for those market exhibitors to give them a nice hand.
All right, that was Class 22 crossbred market gilts in our heavyweight division. First purple shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Second purple, Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Receiving purple in the class, Riley Ritter of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Isaac Snyder of Frontier County. Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Cruz Sims of Sherman County. Addison Kaup of Cumming County. Receiving reds, Grace Wilkie of Lincoln County and Avery Kaup of Cumming County. We will now start our division drive for our heavyweight market gilts here in our South Show Ring. From Class 20, our first purple was Josie Beck from Nance County. From Class 21, Colson Dakey from Buffalo County. And from Class 22, Morgan Clement from Saunders County. This is our championship selection for Division III heavyweight market gilts. We will take a short break of 5 minutes before we transition to market barrows.
Out here for your champion heavyweights, and for me it does come down to the two that are here. Certainly that's a high quality hog, but in terms of slope and angle up front, balance, transition points, it probably doesn't get in the mix quite as much as the two directly in front of me. Then amongst the two in front of me, they're hogs that are similar in terms of their shape and their muscle and their power. I do think one's just a notch better in terms of its strength of top. I think it's just a notch better in terms of its front ankle size. It's one that's a beast. That will be your champion.
Our division champion out of Class 22, Morgan Clement of Saunders County.
For a reserve champion in this division, the one that pushed it the most, and I just implied what I saw in this one, a little smaller in terms of its front ankle, a little easier in terms of its top, but it is the second best.
Our reserve champion in heavyweight market gilts, Colson Dakey out of Class 21. In third place, Josie Beck from Nance County. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute break and then move.
Overall, not yet.
Now we're going to do our champion overall market gilt. Can we have all Division 1 and 2 champion reserves come to the North Show ring for our champion market gilt drive? Champions from Division 1 and 2. We're now starting our champion market gilt drive. From our lightweight division, our division champion, Case Brabitz from Saunders County. From Division 2, middleweight, our division champion, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. And in our heavyweight division, Morgan Clement from Saunders County. Excuse me, I was wrong about the division, lightweight division. I missed my notes here. Emmett Ott of York County.
Man, it's been a really good Market Guild show. Hey, put our hands together for these out here vying for your champion Market Guild at the Nebraska State Fair. Good stuff, awesome quality stock presented to T. Great kids out here showing their wheels off, no doubt. And if you're getting nervous on the heavyweight, I know you went class to class to class, so I got that in my head as well. That being said, there's one out here that just fits the bill for me, regardless of weight. I think this is the most youthful and fresh looking one. I think this is the best in terms of the top side of its crest. I think this is the best in terms of true squareness. I think this one is the best in terms of its range of motion. I think this one is the best in terms of its transition points. The lightweight will be your champion.
Our grand champion, Crossbred Market Gilt, shown by Emma Ott of York County. Our reserve champion out of Division I lightweight, showed by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County.
For reserve champion, and one that I think is just an absolute beast in terms of when it comes at you. It's better than one of them out here in terms of its chest. It's better than another one out here in terms of its transition points. It's been out here a long time. Heavyweight next in line.
Our reserved grand champion, Market Gilt, shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. In third place for Market Gilts, overall Market Gilts, Colson Dakey of Buffalo County.
Oh no, not about blue. Sorry.
Now we are going to take a 5-minute break and then start our Barrow division with Class 23 in the South Ring. We're going to go ahead and get started here with our Market Barrow Show. Welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Market Swine Show. My name is John Hay. I'll be serving as your announcer today. Our judge today is Shane Brinning of Keota, Iowa. Our superintendents today are Julie Schultz, Rhonda Herrick, and Michaela Blender. Our sponsors today, we have numerous sponsors, but just to mention a few: Nebraska Pork, the Parks Companies, Pinnacle Bank, Farm Credit Services of America, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Nebraska Rural Electric Association. Thank you all for our sponsors. We're going to start the show here with an underweight class here in our South Show Ring. We only have one animal in our underweight class, and then we'll move over to Class 24 market barrows weighing 230 to 234 pounds. In Class 23 crossbred market barrows, our underweight class, receiving a blue ribbon, Marissa Palm from Saunders County. This is our lightweight division for barrows, and we have 6 classes in our lightweight division, and then we'll have our lightweight division champion. Then we'll have 6 more classes in our middleweight division. And 6 classes in our heavyweight division. So 6 classes in each of our divisions for our market barrows. We're currently showing Class 24 in our North Show Ring.
Good place to get us started in our first class of market barrels. Hey, easy class winner, no doubt. The belted one wins for fun out here. Attractive and good built and awesome in terms of its shape. Dimensional from behind, and the plane from pinnock to ground is awesome. Good place to get us started on these barrels. The Calico in second. Chubby and clubby, and I'm fine with that, but in relation to the one that wins has to go second. Not as attractive about its front one. Third, a little easier in its top. One that we appreciate in terms of the rib and volume of muscle that it does have. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's good in terms of its bone and its feature, a one that's a little shorter in terms of its hip, a little shorter in terms of its stride, a little jammed up front, but certainly she's done a great job on skin and hair and presentation of that barrel. The white one that comes out next, a little more attractive from blade forward than a couple of the others in here, shapely down its top, drops its pins too much to go ahead and go any higher in the class. The belted one that comes out next is one that's still robust in terms of its body, big in terms of its shape. It's one that's too straight off either end of its skeleton to go any higher, as they'll let out these next two, a little flatter and drier in terms of their body cavity to go ahead and go any higher.
We are currently watching Class 25 Crossbred Market Barrows in our South Show Ring. From Class 24, our first purple goes to Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Second purple to Jamison Prince of Buffalo County. Receiving blues in the class, Perry Kowalski from Sherman County. Paisley Winters from Hamilton County. Layden Heinrichs from Thayer County. Receiving reds in the class, Marissa Yonda from Howard County, and Chloe Cutlers of Lancaster County. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Swine Show. We are in our lightweight barrow division for our Market Swine Show today. Our judge today is Shane Brinning from Keota, Iowa. Shane and his wife Kathleen own and operate Brinning Genetics.
Hey, get us started in this second class. Another easy place to start. The young man here directly in front of me. One that not only is it more show ring ready in terms of its presentation, appearance, and hair, that's the stout-headed, burly-boned, stout-featured one that's got a good back shape and a usage of rear leg is fantastic and on point. Young man in second, one that certainly has got plenty enough muscle, a little rounder in terms of the package that's presented here, doesn't balance up quite as good as our class champion, one that its transition points aren't as smooth as the one that wins the class. Young lady that comes out next in third, one that slow moving out here for the little girl, and that's fine and dandy. That's a big ribbed one with a lot of shape, a little more plain and generic in terms of its look from blade forward. The one that comes out next, probably just a notch more highly presented, a little longer in terms of its length from blade forward, a little flatter in terms of its rib, a little drier in terms of its center to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next is one that's still good enough in terms of its width up front, has got some shape down its top, gets a little underneath itself in terms of its carriage from behind, needs to pull its hock out behind its tail rip. The one that comes out next, certainly a fast pig, no doubt. Got some rib, got some volume of body, not as attractive about its front one. Third, the one that comes out next. This one is more attractive from blade forward. It comes at me too flat in terms of its rib, not enough body to go ahead and be any higher in this class. But the young lady does do an awesome job of showing that pig.
We're starting Class 26 Crossbred Market Barrows here in our North Show Ring. From Class 25, our first purple, shown by Landon Schaefer of Seward County. Second purple, Tucker Brandyberry, Harlan County. Receiving blues in class, Livia Heinrichs from Thayer County. Knox Sells from Saunders County. Trey Cook from Kimball Banner County, receiving reds in class. Barrett Harms from Thayer County. And Morgan Yonda from Howard County.
Nice place to start here. This one's the comfy barrel. That's the soundest off either end of its skeleton. It has the most reach, both fore and rear, coupled with the fact that that one's deeper hearted, bigger ribbed, bigger topped one that's really, really stout about its head. No doubt he's not the most attractive one in terms of his throat latch, but he is the best one, and I do like the pause that one has. The one in second is one that gives you a better look, perhaps, in terms of its look from blade forward. Still neat and attractive about his head, good in terms of his jaw shape, good in terms of his shape down his top. You know, he's a shallower, twisted one that's shorter in his hip, shorter in his stride from behind, and that's why he resides in second. Young lady that comes out next in third is one that's a little ouchy in terms of the dew claws, and I'll give you that, but he does have more slope and angle off either end of his skeleton than the one that yet to follow. He's bigger in terms of his upper cage. He has more spread from blade to hip. Very neat in terms of the way he plants and pushes off of his rear leg. The one that comes out next in fourth, certainly that's a tall-fronted one that's attractive through its throat latch, but the tall-fronted part comes with negative consequences. It is the straightest fronted one of those top four, and it's one that's a little stilty and straight from hock to ground as well. She's done a great job in terms of skin and hair on that one. We shucked the hair, obviously, on that one, but that's not why it's placed that way. It's the comfort level and angles off either end is why it's placed where it is. The one here is more comfortable in terms of its angles, both fore and rear. The problem is it's so comfortable once I drop its spine too much, it doesn't balance up from a symmetry standpoint in terms of the way the vertebrae is laid within that one. The one that comes out next is one that's stronger in terms of its top line, still has some shape, comes at me too narrow, leaves me too narrow, a little flatter in terms of its rib. The two that come out next, we got some lymph node gland problems here. That's not necessarily why it's placed that way. It's more vanilla in terms of its shape, not as expressive down its top. One that has a lot of rib and body. The one that comes out next, a little flatter and drier to go any higher in this class. Congratulations to those kiddos. Your pig's fast.
We're currently watching Class 27 crossbred market barrows in the South Show Ring. From Class 26, our first purple, Baker Krupichka from Lincoln County. Second purple, Diego Velasco from Odo County. Receiving blues in class, Jaden Runge from Platte County. Viviana Sells from Saunders County. Chase Hartman from Dodge County. Rosalind Wills from Box Butte County. Receiving reds in the class, Aaliyah Puppernick from Valley County and Rachel Cook from Lancaster County.
Another nice class of barrows here, and the one that wins it certainly does it because there's extras there. That's a stouter headed one that's shapelier down its top. It's bigger in terms of its legs. It's better in terms of its presentation from the side. It's very unique in terms of the neck coming out of the top side of its skeleton very admirably. You know, the head's a little short face for me, but it's still got some shape to the head and some jawbone. Really expressive when it leaves you good in terms of the plane from pinnock to ground. The one in second, a little more generic in terms of its look through its front one-third, especially in terms of its throat latch. One that's very comfy in terms of its skeleton. Its angles, both fore and rear, are really, really good. It was one that's just a little plainer in terms of its overall look in comparison to one that wins the class. Young lady that comes out next in third is one here again. Busted wide open when it comes at me. I like that about it. Its sternum and chest plate is laid low in it. It's one that needs a tick more jaw, gets a little rounder in terms of the muscle. Its transition from loin into ham loin hookup isn't quite as good. I love the way that one uses its rear foot and heel. When that one pushes and drives from behind, I can see the dew claw spread on that one really good. Young man that comes out next, hey, this one could climb up a little higher if we had better rear feet, and that's where it's at. Big shaped, good headed, attractive blade forward, a lot of spread from blade to hip. He is too rigid on his rear pastern and does not utilize his heel good enough for this judge to go any higher. The one that comes out next, this one's a little better in terms of its heel and utilization of rear feet. Too dry in terms of his flank, too flat in terms of his forerib to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady that comes out next with hers is one still bulky in terms of its shape and expression from behind. It's one that's there again, a little shorter in terms of its stride from behind, doesn't balance up from the side as much, runs downhill a little bit, is one that's a little tighter in terms of its flank in relation to the depth of its heart. The next two that come out, a little flatter, a little drier. One's here, the one that comes out a little more compact and short face to go ahead and go any higher in the class.
We are watching Class 28 Market Barrows in our lightweight division in the North Show Ring. From Class 27, our first purple, shown by Brayson Miller of Merrick County. Second purple, Hunter Creech of Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues in the class, Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Amelia Heller from Cumming County. Tinley Spees from Howard County. Receiving reds in the class, Cage Schlake from Gage County, and Addison Bates from Odo County.
Another one of those deals in this class. Been there, done that multiple times, and I'm not saying the pigs that I've had that do this should have always won classes, but there's no doubt there's times where I felt they should have. Yes, he shuffles and cuffles up front. Yes, his dew claws are affected. Yes, he's a little soft patterned. He's the best hog in this class. He's the one that's the most powerful. He's the best in terms of his head. He's the longest from blade forward. No doubt the best in terms of his rear leg, in terms of size, comfort, angle, set, push, plant, length of stride. That has to be your class winner. The one in second, the young man's fighting this one just a little bit. But you know what? That's a basic built one that's good in terms of its angles. It's one that's good in terms of its width. It's not as good in terms of where that one hooks up at its ham loin junction, wants to jump up into its ham loin. It's one that doesn't just hinge its hip appropriately. It wants to rotate its hip just a little bit. And if he was better in those areas, then I could go ahead and use that one as the class champion. But because he doesn't hinge his hip and his transition points aren't as good, he resides in second. Young man that comes out next in third gets out of whack and balance for me a little longer in terms of his length of body, doesn't proportion up quite as good, hinges a good hip and rear leg, muscular down his top. He is one that pushes forward a little bit in terms of his weight. Hey, good job, bud. The young man that comes out next is one that he searches and reaches a little bit like our class champion, but he doesn't have as much quality behind that to allow him to go any higher in the class. A little more plain and generic in terms of his look. He's one that's a little softer in terms of his spine. Needs to giddy up and go just a notch better in terms of his plant from behind. The one that comes here, this is a monster in terms of shape and muscle and power. Too straight and short-strided off either end of its skeleton. The red belt that comes out next is one that gives you a good look from the side in terms of its elevation. Wants to close the gap a little bit up front. Gets a little flatter in terms of its rib. A little shorter strided from behind. The next two that come out give up a little bit in terms of power and product to go ahead and go any higher in the class. Put our hands together for those kiddos as they go back to the barn.
We are watching our final class of the lightweight market barrow division. Class 29 here in our South Show Ring. From Class 28, our first purple, Jaden Runge from Platte County. Second purple, Bowen Armnecht from Keith County. Receiving purple in the class, Quinn Reeson from Hamilton County. Receiving blues in the class, Miles Babcock from Custer County. Rylan Johnson from Kearney County. Priscilla Winters from Hamilton County. Receiving reds in the class, Noah Knight, Garden County. And Braxton May of Hamilton County. Following this class, we will have our lightweight barrow division drive in our North Show Ring.
Well, good. Just so you know, that family that weighed that one out, you were second anyhow, so this one was going to win. Makes you feel better, I hope. This one wins it for fun in this class, no doubt. A highly presented, awesome shown, great skin and hair. Presentation of this pig is really, really good. Flexible off either end of its skeleton. True in terms of its width. I'm not going to tell you it's one of the widest hogs we've had yet, but it's true in its skeleton. It's one that's good in terms of its head shape. A little common up front. More than anything, I wish it had just a tick more rib shape, but a darn sure nice place to start in this class. So then the one that's in second, I'll probably mumble this up since we lost one to the scales, but from here on out, the one then in a second, good in terms of its rib and its body and its squareness. It's one that I thought was just a notch more jammed up off either end of its skeleton, but more than anything, need just a notch more flare of muscle, especially at that lower ham and stifle area of that one to go ahead and be any higher. The young man that comes out next is one that's shapely backed and one that's expressive from behind. Wants to be a little low-headed and a little thick-necked to go ahead and go any higher. The young man that comes out next is one here again, big in terms of its rib and body, not as good in terms of his head carriage, shorter in terms of his stride from behind because he is just a notch straighter from hock to ground. The one that comes out next, another big back, shapely one, too stilty off either end of its skeleton, doesn't utilize its heel as good as what I deem ideal. Let out the next one in this class. One that's good in terms of its top shape and power as well. A little plain in terms of its look. The next two that come out give up a little bit in terms of rib, width, muscle, and product to go ahead and go any higher.
Class 29, our first purple goes to Ava Carnop of Burt County. Receiving blues in the class, Emmett Ritter of Cumming County, Lane Cornelius of Perkins County, Christopher Hawk of Gosper County, Trevin Miloshek of Saunders County, Harper Fritsch of Madison County. Receiving reds in the class, Jordan Boniface of Webster County and Owen Garacki of Johnson County. Here we are in the North Show Ring is our Division 1 Lightweight Barrow Drive from Class 24, Brecken Hirschfeld. From Class 25, Landon Schaefer. From Class 26, Baker Krupichka. From Class 27, Brayson Miller. From Class 28, Jaden Runge. And from Class 29, Ava Carnop.
Hey, put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors of our lightweight champion bear, or D1, I like to call them, because quite frankly, all weights are fine, and I don't like the negative connotation of light sometimes. But we get out here, and the one that has the highest quality that I don't have to make any excuses for, that's really burly in terms of its bone and stout in terms of its feature, operates off of a really, really good rear leg. Young man here in front of me, your champion lightweight.
Our Division I champion out of Class 25, Landon Schaefer from Seward County.
For reserve champion, and this is when after the champion, that's why I said that one had no holes to make excuses for, and I'm going to have to start doing it just a little bit here, and that's fine and dandy. The one that for me is still the second best hog, because it's better than another one out here in terms of its length of hip. It's better in terms of that same hog in terms of its transition points. It's better than that same hog in terms of its length of head and face. The one that's a little squishy up front will be reserve champion.
Our reserve champion comes out of Class 28, shown by Jaden Runge from Platte County.
So hopefully, if those of you ringside understood which one I was alluding to in terms of what I liked better about the reserve champion compared to the one that's going to be your third place overall, this hog is certainly one that's really, really powerful and super good in terms of its bone. You know, it's just a little piecier for me. It's one that's a little more jammed up in terms of its face, a little shorter in terms of its hip, not as good at its transition point as you study that one from its loin to ham loin hookup, a little crestier in terms of its neck, but it is the third best one, young man right there.
Our third overall in Division I, Brayson Miller of Merritt County. This concludes our Division I Market Barrows. We will progress now to Division II Middleweight Market Barrows in our South Show Ring with Class 30.
If you wonder why it took me a little longer, I'm sure ringside, perhaps, if you don't steady rear feet as much as I do, you think this is an easy class winner. It's not an easy class winner for me. Outside of that one hole, and I just won't be a single trade selector, and it's the best everywhere else. And the one in second isn't just exceptionally superior to him where this one hole is, and that's why he has to be your class champion. Highly presented hog that's awesome in terms of his rib and upper shape, really neat in terms of his head shape, great in terms of his throat latch. He comes at you busted wide open. He's good in terms of his column of bone. The problem is, if you've been hearing all day the word when I talk about rear feet and utilization of heel and don't understand what I'm saying, it's here on the first place hog. He is too rigid on his rear pastern. He does not utilize his rear foot good enough for me, and because of that, he does not take a long enough stride. But he is the best hog in here, and that's why it takes me a little longer to do it, because some of those pet peeves for me in the industry, I still can't be the single trait selector. Obviously, that's a hole for him. The one in second, the black-headed one, yeah, it's a little better in terms of the use of its heel and rear foot, but the problem is it's daintier in terms of that rear foot, not as big in terms of its bone, but it's one that's really good in terms of its chest for, its look and presentation from blade forward, still good in terms of its shape down its top, a nice solid pig. I would like to see that one a little deeper in terms of its heart in relation to the depth of flank. The young man that comes out next, a bruiser in terms of width and muscle, no doubt. He's the more common and generic one in front of his blade. He's a little rounder in terms of his muscle. Doesn't give us a striking pose as much as the other two. The young lady that comes out next in second, really big in terms of his chest, almost too wide because it comes with a negative consequence. His shoulder wants to get outside of his body wall. The top portion of his blade doesn't reside high enough towards his vertebrae. And because of that, he's not only a little bit bulldog-shouldered, but he's a little bit low-fronted, a little round from behind. But he's stout, wide, and powerful, so he lands where he needs to. The young lady that comes out next in fifth, man, this one wanted to be a good one. And, you know, right now those parents and ringside are saying, well, heck, he just used one reserve champion, the lightweight, that was tentative and flat on its feet. The problem is that one over there had proper slope and angle and comfort about its forearm. This one's straight about its blade, straight about its knee, and still flat-footed up front. It's one that awesome in terms of its length or view from the side, good in terms of its hip, but because it's so forward in its blade, has to go where it does. The young man that comes out next, we start getting a little narrower gauge, needs a notch more power to go any higher. The next two that come out give up a little bit and show ring aesthetics to go ahead and go any higher.
We're watching Class 31 crossbred market barrows in our North Show ring. We are in our middleweight division. From Class 30, our first purple, Cooper Lovett from Gage County. Second purple, Brielle Hall from Seward County. Receiving purple in the class, Ty Valdez from Custer County. Receiving blues in the class, Aaliyah Beach from Otoe County, Brooke Day from Buffalo County, Trey Cook from Kimball Banner counties. Receiving reds in the division in the class, Larissa Vaughn from Antelope County and Bridget Sedlacek from Douglas-Sarpy counties.
A nice pair here in this class for sure. Super high quality. The one that wins that's just that much more denser, that much more stouter. That is a big top and a big pin set and a big booty, and he still handles it. There's no doubt I wish he would take ever so slightly a bigger stride, but hey, that's good stuff right there. Awesome in his head shape, big in his forearm, wide in his blade set, good in his set to his forearm. Very good pig to win this class. The one in second, another one that's good in terms of his shape and expression as well. He's not as tidy and tight in terms of his throat latch. He's not quite as long from blade forward. He's one that probably has just a notch more reach from behind than the one that wins the class, but he doesn't just overpower you as much as the one that wins the class in terms of sheer width, power, and muscle, but a very, very good pair. Young man that comes out next with his black one is one that's still good enough in terms of its width. He's one that's still got a little bit of shape. Gets a little daintier in terms of his ankle size, but more than anything, it's one that's a little more jammed up from blade forward. It's one that gets a little smaller at its ankle and a little bit rounder in terms of its muscle from behind. A good solid pig to land in third. Young man that comes out next is one that wanted to be a good show pig, a little soft on its pasterns, but like I said, if they're soft on their pasterns and the angles are right and they still go good enough, I'm going to be okay with it. This one's more forward in his blade, straighter through his knee, can't go as good as the others in here. A really good pig in terms of shape and volume of muscle and density of rear bone. Young lady that comes out next is one that wants to close the gap from knee to ground, get a little smaller in our legs in relation to the rest of the class, but structurally still good enough to be towards the top of the class. The calico that comes out next gives you a good picture from the side in terms of its levelness and comfort of spine. A little bit Roman-headed for me. It's one that just needs more shot of muscle from behind, get a little shallower in terms of our twist. The one that comes out next, good in terms of skin and hair, a little harder in terms of its body to go any higher. The next two come out, give up a little bit in sheer width and power to go ahead and go any higher. Good job, young lady. Good job, guys. Thank you.
We are watching Class 2032 crossbred market barrows in our middleweight division in the South Ring. From Class 31, our first purple, Brecken Hirschfeld from York County. Second purple, Morgan Clement from Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Braxton Foss of Otoe County, Anthony Haas of Box Butte County, Aubrey Prachel of Saline County, Witten Jensen of Garfield County. Receiving reds in the class, Connor Oberg of Frontier County, Braden Harger of Keith County, and Colby Rowland of Cass County.
Certainly different types and kinds here at 1 and 2, and the class winners and good ones still come in different shapes and sizes. Take the positives where they're at. You know, this one here, very striking from the side, one that's been taken care of well at home, awesome in terms of its hair, a tall fronted one that's level down its spine, it's level out its hip, it's one that's exceptionally good in terms of its pin width and muscularity from behind. I like that one in terms of its plane from pinnock to ground when it leaves you. Obviously, I wish the view coming at me was just a tick wider than what it is, but it still is the best hog in this class. Young lady in second, probably not quite as highly fitted one, and that's fine and dandy. I can see through the hair on the neck. I would assume this one would actually look just a notch more attractive if we would have clipped that one's front end. It's one that's very agile out here from the side in terms of its angles and reads really good. It's big in terms of its rib. It is wider chested than the one that was directly ahead of it. As that one wants to leave you, it wants to push out on its hock just a little bit, and certainly doesn't rival our class winner in terms of presence and look through its front 1/3. The young lady that comes out next in third is one that, here again, good enough in terms of its back shape and its volume of muscle. Spread from blade to hip is good. It, too, wants to close the gap up front, and it's one that's a little more generic in terms of its look from blade forward as well. Young man that comes out next is one that's still good enough in terms of his chest. This one's actually better from blade knee to ground than the one ahead of it. The problem is for me on this one, wants to drop our pins a little shorter in its stride. I wish it'd pull its hock behind his tail when viewed from the side. Young lady that comes out next is one that I'd like to redesign the head shape on this one. Certainly a wide-chested one, but it's one that because of that gets a little out in terms of its shoulder on the outside of its body wall, doesn't continue with the top portion of its blade high enough in terms of its skeleton. One that's still good enough in terms of its hip and function from behind. Young lady that comes out next is one that's good enough in terms of its muscle, closes the gap too much up front, too easy in its top. The blue one that comes out, too generic in its look, not enough show hog look to go ahead and go any higher. The next two that come out just need more product and width and power to go ahead and go any higher in this class. Put our hands together for those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
We are watching Class 33 crossbred market barrows in our north ring. From Class 32, our first purple shown by Madison Stewart of Cumming County. Second purple, Allie Cook of Kimball Banner counties. Receiving blues in the class, Kuiper Vaughn of Phelps County. Jenna Peterson of Kearney County. Drake Lemke of Johnson County. Braxton May of Hamilton County. Receiving reds in the class, Harper Fritch of Madison County. Gentry Rasek of Valley County, and Carson Lane of Douglas-Sarpy counties.
young lady wins this class, and she does it because that's a better built show animal that's more comfortable with itself. She's better and more flexible in her spine. She's more comfortable and level in her hip. She's better in terms of the set to the rear leg, a longer stride from behind, awesome in its head, big in its chest, big in its groove, a really good one to go ahead and win this class. The one in second, I told the young man, I hope this one goes to the bathroom when you hit the scales. Probably did, but it still didn't help it enough. It's one that's bold and stout and monster-backed and really, really wide. The thing is, he's just not comfortable out here enough. He's more rigid in terms of his spine. He drops his pins. He's round in terms of his muscle from behind. Doesn't giddy up and go with as much agile as the one that wins the class. The one that comes out next in third is one that's certainly good in terms of its look and presence from the side, still good enough in terms of its chest floor. It's more reluctant in terms of its step. It wants to just kind of pound. The set from the side is good, and obviously I love that one in terms of its depth of heel and utilization of its rear foot. Just need to make that one go just a notch better from behind to go ahead and get any higher. The black one comes out, same kind of thing can be said. Big rib, big body kind of a hog with good market shape down its top. It's a little shorter strided off either end of its skeleton, not as comfortable out here as a couple of the ones ahead of it. Young lady that comes out next is one that's grizzly stout, big in terms of its rib, more jammed up in terms of its front end. That one's jawbone wants to reside at the front side of its blade. The black one that comes out next is one that closes a gap from knee to ground, good in terms of its back shape, good in terms of its expression, wants to drop its pins just a little bit. As we start letting out some of the others in the class, they give up the power, product, or structural integrity to go ahead and go any higher in the class.
We are on class 34 of our Market Barrow middleweight division here in our south ring. From class 33, our first purple goes to Jaden Runge from Platte County. Second purple to Briggs Klug from Platte County. Receiving blues in the class, Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Madden Harms of Thayer County. Avery Kaup of Cumming County, Elliott Werner of Johnson County, Bowen Bridges of Johnson County, Garrett Ruth of Butler County. Receiving reds in the class, Jaden Meyer of Buffalo County, and Lane Cornelius of Perkins County. We have a wallet up at the announcer's table. Stacy Reinsch, come and claim your wallet.
Really good class here. It offers us some depth as we get into these heavier weights, but the one that wins the class actually wins it pretty easy for me. Young man right here in front of me, and yes, I see it has the lymph node gland film. I don't care. It's tank material when it goes to the market, no big deal. This one is the one that obviously his range of motion is really, really good. That's a sharp dressed one in terms of its look up front. But where it really overwhelms the one is second is when you get on top of that one. That is a big top with a big cage, and one that when it goes away from you, that plane from pinhook to ground is massive and constructed extremely good. The one in second, another one, awesome in terms of its presence from the side. And if you're not able to get on top of them, you'd probably say, hey, that one maybe needs to be first. And you're right from the side. I think that one's really neat in terms of its head shape. Its slope and angles, both fore and rear, are really, really good. It's when you get on top of this one in relation to the other, a little more apex on the top portion of its skeleton, not as bold in terms of its upper cage, not as much spread from blade to hip in correlation to the one that wins the class. Young lady in third, another one that's really good in terms of its shape and power as well. And one could be said that that one actually has just a notch more shape up high than is the one in second. I don't see this one balancing up quite as good. It's a little thicker in terms of its neck. It drops its pins a little bit, a little rougher at its transition point from loin and the ham loin hookup, but a really high quality pig to land in third. Young man that comes out next and fourth. Here again, a wide-chested one that's good from blade knee to ground. It's one that gets a little smug-headed for me, but more than anything wants to reside underneath itself in terms of the placement of its rear legs. Needs to pull its hock behind the tail root when viewed from the side. Young lady that comes out next is one that's a big back, big engine one for sure. It has a little more lymph node gland swelling, and that does throw this one off a little bit in terms of balance. It's a lower necked, lower gauge animal up front. Doesn't quite have the show ring aesthetics from the side in relation to those top quality ones at the top end. A powerfully constructed one in terms of width that comes out next, drops its pins too short-strided from behind to go ahead and go any higher. The cool colored one that comes out next wants to come at us a little narrow from knee to ground, a little flatter in terms of its rib. Probably when you're showing that one, young lady, take your hands off that one. It makes it want to drop its spine, and it actually doesn't necessarily do that. The quick moving target one out there, big rib, big bodied, plain and generic up front, as we'll let the next three out hogs that get a little harsher in terms of their body shape, flatter in terms of their rib, narrow in terms of their gauge, so go ahead and go any higher. Nice class. Give those kiddos a hand.
We are currently in our last class of middleweight market barrows in class 35 here in our North Show ring. From class 34, our first purple, Miles Babcock, Custer County. Second purple, Jolie Clement from Saunders County. Also receiving purple, Ava Carnop from Burt County. Blues in the class, Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. Aubrey Prachel from Saline County. Addison Kaup from Cumming County. Brinley Kessler from Seward County. Graylin Adams from Scottsbluff County. Laura Stitt from Seward County. Receiving reds in the class, Lane Welch from Frontier County. And Cameron Vaughn from Phelps County. Once this class is over, we'll be moving over to the South Ring for our Division II Middleweight Barrow Championship Drive. So all first and second purples from the middleweight classes 30 through 34 should be making their way to the South Show Ring.
Another really good class, but there's one that's just absolutely overpowering in this class to be your class champion for sure. Man, that one's my kind. That's a dense, stout one that's so good from blade knee to ground. No excuses made. Its sternum plates laid low in its chest floor. It's big in terms of its back. It's awesome in terms of its cage. Wide in terms of its pin set. The correct set to its hock. It uses its feet and plants with authority. Pushes and drives with a long stride. I like that class winner. The one in second is one that's equally as good from the side in terms of its presence and look. Its angles are really good. It gets a little daintier in terms of its front leg size. It gets a little flatter in terms of its forerib. It closes the gap ever so slightly in relation to our class winner, but another high quality one for sure. We need a gate man over there. The one that comes out next in third is one, here again, really good in terms of its rib and muscularity. It gets out of proportion a little in balance compared to them top two. A little longer in terms of its body, a little lower set up front. I like that one in terms of its bone size from the side. It's when you get in behind that one, it's one of those pigs that then looks daintier in terms of its bone from the rear view. You know, I guess that's what the old guys used to call flat bone. I don't like it. I like round bone, I guess. The one that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its youthful, fresh head shape. It's big in terms of its back. Drops its pins too much. Gathers underneath itself a little bit from behind in relation to the others. The black one that comes out next, more typical of a black one, want to deviate at its knee, compensates for it by being splay fretted up front, too thick in its neck. That's a big back and an awesome pin set, and I like the view of that one going away from us. Young man that comes out next in six, one that's still good in terms of its cleanliness of lean muscle shape. It's one that's too straight-fronted, doesn't naturally want to rise out of the front side of its blade with its neck. He does a nice job showing that one. It's just hard to get its head up. Young man, oh, mercy heavens. The next one that comes out is one that's up-headed, good built, kind of a hog, too narrow, too flat, not enough cage, not enough rib to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next with a very athletic one, it appears, a little dumber in terms of its ear, a little more generic in terms of its front end, needs a notch more punch. I do like that one's rear leg. Young man then that comes out next, a little flatter and drier in a market setting to go ahead and go any higher. Hey, congratulations to those guys. Good class. Put our hands together.
In class 35, our first purple, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. Second purple, Cooper Lovett from Gage County. We're also receiving purple, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Receiving blues, Trenton Divish from Saunders County. Baker Krupichka from Lincoln County. Beckett Miller from Burke County. Knox Sells from Saunders County. Jet Welch from Frontier County. Receiving red, Trevin Stuke from Saline County. We're now here to our South Show Ring, where we have our Division II Middleweight Barrow Championship Drive from Class 30, Cooper Lovett. From Class 31, Brecken Hirschfeld. From Class 32, Madison Stewart. From Class 33, Jaden Runge. From Class 34, Miles Babcock. And from Class 35, Hadley Dunklaw. We need Cooper Lovett and Brielle Hall. We need Cooper Lovett and Brielle Hall into the South Show Ring for the championship middleweight barrow drive. As we get organized here for our championship middleweight barrow drive, we want to thank our sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America, Pinnacle Bank, Nebraska Pork, the Parks Companies, Performance Plus, Nebraska State Quilt Guild, Polly and Frank Parch, Lincoln Center Kiwanis, Lots of sponsors. You can see them on the inside of your program. If you see any of those sponsors or anyone that works for them, thank them for their generosity to make us able to do this today. Our judge today is Shane Brinning from Kyoto, Iowa. Shane and his wife own and operate Brinning Genetics.
Good stuff. Hey, put our hands together for our champion middleweight drive. Couldn't be happier with what I got out here. Hey, the quality's really good. The naysayers will say we're making hogs not good enough. I call bull. This is good stuff here, folks, for sure. And I'm not going to go through them. Hopefully I described them all good enough in class. You probably know where the holes are on them. I didn't make excuses for one of them. I don't have to make excuses for it out here. It is my kind, always has been my kind. It's built for speed. It's bold in its chest. It's awesome in its head, and it has a gear. Young lady, you are the champion middleweight.
Our champion division middleweight, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County, out of class 35.
For reserve champion and another high quality batch of pigs out here vying for your reserve champion. This one here hit me extremely hard in class. It's a jawbone away from pushing the champion that much more, but it is the second best. Young man over here will be your reserve.
Our reserve champion, Miles Babcock from Custer County, out of class 34.
My third favorite, and I talked about this one before in terms of not quite having as much of a cage as some of the others, but man, this one is one sweet one to look at from the side. Awesome in terms of its build, great in terms of its look. The blue butt next in line. Is that just three of them?
Third overall goes to Jolie Clement from Saunders County. Congratulations to all our winners in Division 2 Market Barrows. We're going to move now to Division 3 Heavyweight Market Barrows with Class 36 in our North Show Ring. As we get organized here to start our heavyweight market barrows, I'd like to recognize some of the people that made this happen. Our superintendents, Julie Schultz from Pierce, Nebraska, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, Nebraska, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City, Nebraska. We also have a good group of volunteers in the ring making all this possible. We've got a number of university faculty and staff members as well as some volunteers. Let's give them a big round of applause for coming out here today and helping out.
get a start in these heavies, and a good place to start, and the one that wins it does it pretty easy for me, actually. A sharper dressed one that's neater and more attractive about its front 1/3. It's better in terms of the way the neck comes out of the top side of its blade. It's really good in terms of its width, both fore and rear. Operates with a good skeleton from behind, mass and spread down its top. Very good pig to start this class. The one in second, equally as good in terms of function and go of rear leg, big in terms of its circumference of bone, gets out of balance just a little, just a tick longer body than that other one, but more than anything, not as good looking up through its front 1/3 and through its throat latch, and not as naturally as good in terms of the rise of its neck out of the front side of its skeleton. The one that comes out next is one that's still a shapely backed, expressively made one. It's too tentative off of both ends of its skeletons to go ahead and go any higher, but one that I appreciate the carcass merit quality that it has. Young man that comes out next is one that's certainly a tall fronted, elevated one with still good head shape. The problem is it comes with negative consequences because that is the straightest one off either end of its skeleton in relation to those top three. The other one that comes out next is a big bone one that's still good in terms of its stature as well. It's more apex on the top side of its blade, not as much shape working out of the back side of its blade as well. The one that comes out next, a little hollow bellied and a little tighter flank for me, wants to drag a leg a little bit and you need to giddy up and go with just a notch more correctness from behind to go any higher. The next two in the class give up a little bit in terms of bone and aesthetics to go any higher in the class.
We are watching Class 37 heavyweight market barrows in our South Show Ring. In Class 36, our first purple, Tatum Dakey, Buffalo County. Second purple, Tucker Sporthace, Pawnee County. Receiving blues in the class, Carson Miller, Burt County. Colton Knievel, Cumming County. Rudy Welch, Frontier County. Riggs McConville, Dawson County. Receiving reds in the class, Haley Peterson, Kearney County. And Chloe Kessler, Seward County.
quiet in here. Everyone get tired of talking to each other, I guess. Hey, we still got a good class here in these heavyweights, and the one that wins it on the other end of the ring there. Man, that's a big rear leg dropped out of that skeleton from behind and handles it exceptionally well with a big foot. Utilization of heel is awesome. Its spread down its top is really, really good. Big in terms of its shape, big in terms of its cage. You know, in a perfect world, we'd like to see that one maybe just a tick more attractive about its front 1/3, but it is the best hog in this class. The one in second is another one that's big up high in terms of its hydration and shape down its top. I didn't see that one certainly as big in terms of its rear leg, albeit it's still a very good big boned hog. But more than anything, I don't think that one, it drops its pins, doesn't utilize its rear leg quite as well in terms of its length of stride and set and utilization of rear foot as does the one that wins the class. The one in third has a couple holes for me, and it's a really good pig, no doubt, in terms of shape. You know, that one's devoid of jawbone for me. It's one that is also a little daintier in terms of its bone. It's plenty enough edgy in a high-quality class out back for this one for me as well. Certainly appreciate the skin and hair and the work that this young man has done on it. Just need to fix that one in a few holes to go ahead and climb the ladder a little more. Young lady that comes out next is one still a lot better in head shape than the one ahead of it. I'll certainly tell you that. Good in terms of its back shape. Its transitions not as good from its loin into its hamline hookup, but more than anything, that one wants to cave in terms of its forerib and wants to become just a notch more knock-kneed. The one that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its shape as well. Smaller in terms of its foot size, dainty in terms of its head, almost more of a Roman-headed one, not the ideal head shape there as well. A little shorter in terms of its stride as well, but certainly packs a punch in terms of muscularity. A big-chested one that comes out next with big feet. Hey, this one's too wide at its hocks to go any higher. The blue one that comes out next, too common and generic in terms of its look. The next one that comes out too flat and narrow to go ahead and go any higher. Good class. Give those exhibitors a hand. What's up, bud?
We're just getting started here with Class 38 crossbred market barrows in our heavyweight division here in our North Show Ring. From Class 37, our first purple, Cruz Molina from Platte County. Our second purple, Miles Babcock from Custer County. Also receiving purple in the class, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Receiving blues in the class, Perry Kowalski from Sherman County. Charlie Winters from Hamilton County. Viviana Sells from Saunders County. Receiving reds in the class, Jaden Meyer from Buffalo County. And Trenton Divish from Saunders County.
Another really good class and an elite one to go ahead and win this class for sure. Man, that one built for speed in terms of structural integrity. That is a neat and attractive one. I've never been known for one that has to have them as attractive as some people, because typically the attractive ones sometimes want to wedge in and be narrow-chested and flatten their forerib and sissy in their jaws. This one is not that. Gives you a striking look. It's one that's really tall-fronted, but still good in terms of the angulation and comfort to its shoulder. Its flex and drive off both ends of its skeleton is exceptionally good, and that is a big rear leg that's dropped out of that back pocket with big feet and an awesome heel to go along with it. Good job, man. The one in second is one that's really good in terms of its shape, and it's one that's wide, and I like that one's head shape as well. Doesn't balance up as good as the one that wins the class. Wants a rear up in the center portion of its spine, needs to be just a notch deeper in terms of its flank. Could use a notch more flare to its forerib as well, and drops its pins a little bit. But that one's really good in terms of its rear leg comfort, size, density, stoutness, awesome back shape. Good pig to be in second. The one in third is certainly still my kind of a hog. It's one that's big in its rib, awesome in its hydration up high, big in terms of its pin set. Obviously, you get this one out here, and he's not as attractive in terms of his front one-third in relation to those top two, but a very comfy, stout-featured kind of a hog. One that comes out next is one where we start getting a little sissier and daintier in terms of our foot size and our bone. One that's still got awesome shape down its back, wrinkles a little at its ham-loin junction, but more than anything, the reason this one lands where it is, just can't keep up with the circumference of bone as the others in this class. The one that comes out next, a high-headed one that's certainly a tall-fronted one. It is also one that closes the gap up front, a little flatter in terms of its rib, more apex on the top side of its blade, good in terms of the usage of its rear leg. Young lady that comes out next, a big back, shapely one, gets a little easy in its top and more common and generic in terms of its front one-third. Young man that comes out next, man, I didn't want to place it this low because his look makes me want to run for the woods, because he scares me a little bit with his look. He's a stern showman, and I like it. He's serious about his business, has done a lot of work at home. The skin and hair is fantastic. The problem is, young man, it's just too flat of a hog that's not comfy enough off of its front foot to go ahead and go any higher. The young man then that comes out next is one that's still good enough in terms of its shape. Needs to see this one giddy up and go just a notch more than what it does.
We are starting class 39 in our South Show ring in our middleweight or heavyweight market barrow division. From class 38, first purple, Cade Godekin, Platte County. Second purple, Amelia Heller, Cumming County. Also receiving purple in the class, Hadley Dunklaw, Wayne County. Receiving blues in the class, Mason Yonda, Howard County. Wyatt Moat, Gage County. Riley Ritter, Cumming County. Colson Dakey, Buffalo County. And Trenton Divish from Saunders County.
Our class champion here just has so much more hug there. It's such a bigger rib, bigger topped one that has tons of shape down its top and still good in terms of its hip, expansive in terms of the shape out of its hip. In a perfect world, I'd square that one up off of its rear foot, wants to roll a little bit on the outside of its hoof wall, but the one that needs to be the class champion. The one that comes in second gives you a really neat look from the side, a good headed one that's tall and elevated shouldered, a little shorter in terms of its stride from behind, but more than anything, that's a flatter built hog that's not as robust in terms of its upper cage and spread from blade to hip in relation to the one that wins the class. Young man that comes out next and third is one that does have more rib and power down its top in relation to the one that's in second. Gets a little daintier in terms of its front ankle size, not as attractive about its front 1/3. Young lady that comes out next, one that wants to gip and go just a little bit in terms of its dew claw and the way it's set about its pastern. A good hog in terms of its shape, one that hinges just a notch different in terms of its hip. Probably needs to be a little longer hipped, and because of that, puts a little awkward pressure on terms of its outside hoof wall and then pushes out in terms of its hock. Young man that comes out next is still one that's good in terms of its rib and body, a little more plain and generic up front. We got a little bit kitier, bigger ears on that one, not quite as attractive. And a little flatter, narrower made one here. The young lady does a nice job showing that one.
We're currently starting class 40 in our heavyweight division market barrows in our north ring. From class 39, our first purple, Morgan Clement, Saunders County. Second purple, Brayson Miller, Merritt County. Receiving blue in the class, Henry Adams, Scotts Bluff County. Allie Ritter, Cumming County. Miles Esau, Gage County. Receiving a red, and also receiving a red, Kaylee Minnick from Webster County.
And then here are two scratches. One was in this class.
At the end of our show today, we need to have a little meeting with some of the winners to make sure that we all understand the plan for going over to the 5 Points Arena at 4 p.m. for the selection of the overall market swine. We're going to need some representation from the breeding gilts, the top 5 from yesterday, because then you'll be able to go over to receive some accolades. Also from today, we need the top 3 of the purebred market swine. Anthony, Landon, Wyatt, somebody representing them. Also from the championship gilts, Emma, Morgan, and Colson. And then after the selection of the barrows, we'll know who those 3 will be. So we need them all to meet in the show ring at the conclusion of our barrow show so that we can have a little meeting to make our plan to go over to 5 Points Arena.
get into these heavier classes, and obviously we're probably not having quite as much top end power as some of the others, but man, the young lady's hog here is still robust in terms of its cage and big in terms of its back shape. It's a little tentative in terms of its placement of its rear foot. Some of it's probably because we got such a nice little young showman out here, but and it puts a little pressure on its hoof wall and hock. But man, that one's still got an engine in him for sure. The one in second, if this one was that much better in terms of the placement and utilization of its rear foot, we could say that this one has a chance to go ahead and win the class. The problem is this is one that's drier in terms of its center body and tighter in terms of its flank, and it too is a little reluctant in terms of its rear step. It does come at you really good in terms of its chest floor. The one that comes out next in third, quite frankly, this is the comfiest of the top three. It's just more vanilla in terms of its shape and generic in terms of its look up front, but a good solid hog to be third in a nice heavyweight class. The one that comes out next wants to deviate just a notch too much in terms of its width when it comes right at you. Good shape down its top, good in terms of its percent lean and carcass merit, needs to step and go just a notch better. The one here is one that's still good in terms of its back shape and expression, not good enough in terms of our hock and our foot placement from behind, and that's why the Chi lands there today, just a little edgy from behind. The one that comes out next, big in its shape, tentative in terms of its step as well. We'll start letting the other three out. Hogs that are a little frailer and flatter in terms of their body type, not quite as 3D dimensional to go any higher in this market class. Give those kiddos a nice hand as they head back to the barn. Even though I don't know how much of a kiddo you are, you're a big stout.
We are starting class 41. At the conclusion of class 41, we will start our championship division drive for our heavyweight market barrow. And we need the first and second purples from classes 36 through 40 to make their way to the North Show Ring. First and second purples from classes 36 through 40 to the North Show Ring. From class 40, our first purple shown by Amelia Divish, Saunders County. Second purple, Carson Haas, Box Butte County. Receiving blues in the class, Abraham Foss, Odo County. Brooke Lukenhaus from Saunders County. Grace Wilkie from Lincoln County. Leah Hartman from Dodge County. Receiving reds in the class, Noah Roth from Hall County, Bryce Garacki from Johnson County, and Connor Oberg from Frontier County.
get into these heavyweights, and these are the ones that are holding themselves together the best and still have show ring presence and some of those extra pieces. And the one that wins the class is just denser and stouter and bigger in terms of its jaw and bigger in terms of its bone and bigger in terms of its feet. That's a big rear leg that operates exceptionally good when viewed from the side. A little edgy from behind, but you know what? Still the best hog in the class and has to win the class. The one in second is one that there again for this weight has done a great job in keeping fresh back shape in this one. Gets it a little daintier in terms of its ankle size. Deviates a little bit at its knee in relation to the class winner. Not as strong in terms of its top line as the one that wins the class, but is certainly a high quality one to land in second. Young lady that comes out next in third is one that's still good enough in terms of its chest floor, and when it comes right at us, it's one that's not quite as good in terms of its rear bone. Gets a little rounder in terms of the muscle, a little more generic in terms of its look up front. Young man that comes out next with his painted one. I like the head shape on this one quite a bit. It's one that's still got good muscle shape down its top. A little flatter in terms of its rib, a little straighter out of its front end assembly. Makes that one a little shorter strided as well. Young lady that comes out next is one that's still stout in terms of its skull. Wants to close the gap a little bit from knee to ground, getting a little softer in terms of its front passer and a little easier in terms of its top line to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next with a big bladed, dense-backed one for sure. This one needs to giddy up and go, obviously, just a notch more. Cradles underneath himself too much and drops his pins. Not enough agility and athleticism to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady comes out next in seven, one that's still got good shape for a hog of this weight. He's not as appealing in terms of his levelness of hip, wants to drop his pins and get a little daintier in terms of its front ankle as well. The two that come out next are ones that give up quite a bit in terms of rib, width, and muscle to go any higher in this class. Give those kiddos a nice hand as they go back in the barn.
As we get organized for our heavyweight division drive, our class 41 first purple goes to Brooke Day of Buffalo County. Second purple to Taryn Sudik of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Kaisley Raber of Cass County. Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Brexton Harms of Thayer County. Receiving reds in the class, Audrey Zemek of Merritt County, Kendall Selman of Dawes County, and Isaac Stuke of Saline County. We do have a brush up here, a hog brush. If somebody wants their nice hog brush back, come check it out. In our championship heavyweight division drive from class 36, we have Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. From class 37, Cruz Molina from Platte County. From class 38, Cade Godekin from Platte County. From class 39, Morgan Clement from Saunders County. From class 40, Amelia Divish from Saunders County, and from class 41, Brooke Day from Buffalo County. Following our selection of our division winners in the heavyweight barrow division, we will do a class for our Pharaoh and Own competition in our South Show Ring, and we will follow that up with naming our championship barrows back in our North Show Ring. All of the overall selections will take place at 5 Points Bank Arena at 4 p.m. And we would like all of the first 1 through 3 winners, at least a representative, to have a short meeting in the arena after the show today to make a short plan for that.
Hey, put our hands together for our champions in our heavyweight division. Good stuff. And, we start getting heavier, and perhaps the class depth wasn't as good in them last couple classes, but still high quality individuals out here representing their classes for sure. For me, there's one out here, and especially talking in a heavyweight division, it's the sharpest dressed one that's really youthful still in terms of its head. It's the best in terms of its look from blade forward. It's the best in terms of its circumference of bone from behind. It's the best in terms of its rear foot. Champion heavyweight right there.
Our division champion in our heavyweight barrow division, Cade Godekin from Platte County, from class 38.
For reserve champion, another one out here that's still sharp enough dress, obviously about its front end. Really good in terms of this one's upper hydration and top shape and rib. It's a square built one that's wide up high and wide down low. Not as much rear bone as our champion, reserve in this division right here.
Our reserve champion, heavyweight division market barrow, shown by Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County.
For third overall, and another very good set of heavyweights here. One that is so big in terms of its rear column of bone and so good in terms of its upper cage and spread. That one's very neat in terms of its pin width and stout in its skull. A little mature about its head and a little cressy about its neck to jump in the top two, but third overall will be the young man right here.
Our third overall in our heavyweight market barrow division is Cruz Molina from Platte County. We have a class here of farrow and owned hogs that were shown by a group of exhibitors that have done quite a bit throughout the year to get here today. The Nebraska 4-H farrow and owned swine cohort is designed to enhance the traditional 4-H swine project and cultivate the next generation of leaders in the swine industry by providing opportunities focusing on swine production as a goal of the 4-H members project. Youth involved in the cohort participated in learning opportunities hosted by Extension Swine Specialist Benny Moat about nutrition, biosecurity, meat science, economics, and more. They also maintained records related to swine management and basic care, which resulted in turning in a record book this weekend. Finally, As you see here, they are exhibiting their Pharaoh-owned project animals in the state fair with the opportunity for special recognition in the cohort.
Hey, neat deal. We had this, of course, in the gilt deal yesterday, and I told those folks that I was the kid that didn't necessarily win any shows at the county level. I did my senior year because I was able to start going out and buying better genetics for us and stuff, and the opportunity is there for you guys to continue down that growth path for sure. And we've got one that's really, really good. Young man, you should be proud of your class-winning one in this bred and owned deal, and that's the young man with the belted one. Hey, that's a heavy-duty, stout-featured one that's good in terms of its muscularity. That's neat stuff, being able to breed one like that and bring one to the table with that much quality. And he also did the extra work in terms of skin and hair and dialing this one in, and quite frankly, that's also very important. The young man then in second with his blue butt perhaps looks like one that didn't grow as good for him. Maybe it's a little younger. But functionality and design and proportions and the lines are very good in this pig as well. You are to be congratulated on that. The young man then that comes out next in third, one that's still good in terms of its structure, a little flatter, a little narrow, not quite as much bone. What I would tell you, young man, while this is a bred and owned deal, still take pride in your work. You could have probably brought that one to the table just a notch better in terms of skin and hair. Even if you don't have hair, that one could have been wet down just a little bit. Take pride in what you're doing. This is a neat deal for sure. A young man that comes out next, one that gives us a good look when it comes at you. It's good in terms of its head shape. A little harsher in your mid-body, one that definitely needs to be in the market setting because you certainly do have a lot of muscle on that one. Good job. And then the young man that comes next, maybe a purebred Yorkshire, one that deviates a little bit in terms of its knee, need just a notch more rib and body to go ahead and get any higher in this class. Good job, guys.
In our Pharaoh and owned class, Cullen Schmidt of Fillmore County is our first purple, and second is Trevin Stuke of Saline County, and third in that class was Bentley Eisenbart of Dual County. We're getting organized for our overall swine market barrow champion. So we need the division winners from Division 1, 2, and 3. We are still looking for Jaden Runge and Miles Babcock to come up to the North Show Ring. We are still missing some of those pink sheets from the winners. Get those filled out and turned in. Morgan Yonda, Marissa Yonda, Layden Schaefer, and Colson Dakey, we are looking for some pink sheets from you. Thank you for all of you who attended the 2026 4-H Market Swine Show. We couldn't be here without all of our sponsors and volunteers, but how about you 4-Hers? Turn and thank your parents for all the hard work they did to get you here, and everybody else, thank these parents for all their hard work of getting these kids here for this experience. We are going to start our championship drive for our market barrow from Division 1, Landon Schaefer from Seward County. From Division 2, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. And from Division 3, Cade Godekin from Platte County.
Hey, put our hands together one more time for these vying for our champion crossbred barrow at the Nebraska State Fair. Good stuff for sure. We went through some deep waters in some of those classes and got 3 outstanding individuals out here. You know what? That being said, there's one that for me is the harder one to make and the best one out here and has far-reaching peaches, but is not piecey. It's very complete. And I know that's a word that I don't even use enough, because when they have this many good and neat pieces, then it comes down to the most complete. There's one out here that's column of rear bone is better. Its length of stride is better. The set to its rear leg is better. The elevation of its neck out of its shoulder is better. That one is really good. Your heavyweight will be your champion cross.
Our champion overall market barrow is Cade Godekin from Platte County out of the heavyweight class. Our reserve champion in the heavyweight class was Tatum Dakey of Buffalo County.
So out here for your reserve champion cross barrow, the things that were going in my mind the first time was, hey, that's a really good lightweight, can't compete with the other two. As we get the other one out here, same thing, really good lightweight, can't compete with the other two. And then when I was comparing the middleweight the first time, as I'm comparing it to the one heavyweight here the second time, the exact same things can be said, and the reason why the next one will be reserve champion. The reserve champion is one that's neater necked, better in terms of its natural ability to get its head out high. It's better in terms of the set to its rear leg. That heavy will be reserve cross.
Our reserve champion overall market barrow is Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County.
Do you do a third? Yes. Okay. You're third. Good job.
In third place is Hadley Dunkloff from Wayne County. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. This concludes our market show for today. We will finish out our final selections at 4 p.m. at 5 Points Arena. Please, if you are a winner of one of our first, second, or third in any of our 3 divisions today, please come back to the ring or have a representative come to the ring. Also, if you are a top 5 in the breeding show, please send somebody to the ring to have a short meeting.